Um, Good morning, everybody. Oh boy. Ralph is doing the Lord Dance work. Influx? I mean, I was about to go make some coffee, but I guess I should be here just in case. Also, only Viper is restreaming it right now. Well, that's not great. I must confess. With heart, pretty decent. I'd give it honestly a 50-50. Dance? You want to dance? You want to dance? You want the show? I haven't even had the chance to have my breakfast yet. Internet problem in London. Ah. Increased by 100? I doubt it. We have 26 people watching right now. Beware the... Yes. Yes. My plan is coming to fruition. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, am I over 200 now? Oh, jeez. For this exact scenario, yeah. You're in London, about a mile away from the venue? Ah. Is this image? It's a bunch of Red Bull esports players doing Red Bull esports things. Notice from diverse ethnic backgrounds. Go marketing team. Any new custom campaigns? Actually, Jacqueline messaged me yesterday saying that there's an Edward the Fourth custom campaign that's super good. Ralphie's living under Heart's hat. Yeah, it looks like the official stream is down. I actually have my breakfast, but I don't have my coffee. Targeting Gen Z? How? Old school Civ Mongols are my favorite Civ in general. You know, if we had to do my favorite Civs tier list, it's basically all 18 AOC Civs. The lobby is still there. That would be a good idea to check this. Unfortunately, guys, Ornlu just woke up. It is 7 in the morning for him. And that means for some reason I speak in the third person because why not? As what? Yes, I have. The suggested collabs are actually only to people I follow. Anyway, let me pull these civs up at the very least in the vain hope that things are going according to plan. A very vain hope. Alright, so, I mean, all of these sets today are super important, guys. I don't know, like, apparently the power went out or something just as soon as I sat down.
It's only Prime, but it's honest work.
Thank you, Maggie Verza. But every single match is basically in either elimination or you get the ticket right to the semifinals. Anyway, hey guys. Anybody and everybody who is filing in right now, apparently Red Bull's having issues. I'm not there. I am not part of this. No one fills me in on anything. Anyway, we got our civs all set up now. I have the Discord open in case there is any update. In case Krazini messaged me. Eurotech with the Prime, thank you so much. Why is it only Mapuche? I'm honestly kind of surprised that it is Mapuche. I mean, 2P get banned, and I think people just really don't like Muisca outside of closed maps, which is fair. In the final on Monday? I think so. Get it together? Yep. It is the pilgrimage. Now, because they are in the lobby, I have to imagine that they at least locally have some kind of internet, although I'm not sure how it's possible that they'd be in the lobby and unable to stream. The finals on a Monday? I have no idea why. Mobile hotspot. Easter Monday is a holiday? Yeah, but aren't people with their, like... If people are off on Easter, wouldn't they be the type of people that would celebrate Easter with their families, right? Into rats? Yes, exactly. Red Bull servers down? I'm on the Red Bull patch right now. And I will say, before the tournament started... basically, what they did is they created their own patch. So that they worried that, okay, if it's on the live patch, they're going to have a ton of spectators and that's going to cause issues. I don't know if that's the case. No, we don't get Easter Monday off. No. Yeah, Orthodox, yeah, people have to wait a week, I think. Yeah, guys, again, Red Bull's apparently having issues. I apparently am just... Again, this is my function, right? Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. But they are in the lobby. Oh yeah, anyway, as I was saying. So, I requested access to gain access to the patch because I said to Krazini, hey Krazini, remember last time when Red Bull had issues and there was only one person who had access to the patch? And thankfully he agreed. Oh my goodness, the Doctor with the 10 bomb. Thank you so much, the Doctor 0660. He did remember that. Nah, Krazini's a good guy. Alright, so it looks like their stream is back online. All of the other streams have come online. Bah. That was last Red Bull. Yes, now we get all the other people re-streaming the event. This is my doing? Yeah. Yeah, TOS is going to Red Bull. But yes, I have access to the patch. As far as I'm aware, it works just fine. I should see the lobby, I think. See me next, Red Bull? I mean, you could also watch the stream at any point in time in between, you know? Actually, I don't see the lobby. Oh. Yeah, so there's a special Red Bull patch that is only available to the players and very few of the casters. But yeah, here's the deal, guys. On the third day, it is a little surprising. So if we jump over to the spec dashboard, they don't have a lobby anymore. Stream forever now? Yeah. Such is my lot in life. From the patch? No, the patch is exactly the same as the live version. Yeah, again, guys, RedBull is having issues. Someone who's there? But my main contact is T West. I mean, I guess I could text, like, Viper T90 or whatever. Like, I have their numbers, but I'm not gonna bother them when they're probably running around like chickens with their heads cut off. That's why T West? Yes, yes. Well, here's the thing, right? Generally speaking, this event has run very smoothly. So we had, you know, stream starts on time, game start 15 minutes after that, and then, you know, they're pretty good going bang, 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 bang with all the matches. That's when they're hosting it in the official studio. Then they're going to need to go over to the Royal Albert Hall for the finals, and that could be issues because they're going to be in a completely new location. Ah, there's David Nilly.
There were some stormy seas that we were going through here with the HMS Londinium.
Storm Dave.
Storm Dave is approaching, yes. On the way to the Royal Albert Hall.
Oh, my goodness. New location tomorrow? Oh, is that the case? Well, don't you worry, guys. Ya boy is here. Ornlu is always there. For those of you who are fans of the show Futurama like I am, don't worry, you still have Zoidberg. You all still have Zoidberg. Although I guess that makes me the Zoidberg of AoE 2 casters, which, you know, such is life. What is Sebastian drinking? Hold up there. What is this? It's like very fancy looking. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just not used to such an exquisite mug. Any good? No, I haven't seen it. Yes, hello, Mr. Corgi. Monster Energy. Game time start? Yeah, guys, the game is going to start 22 minutes ago. All right. I hear sounds. All right. Let's go ahead and get into this. First, we got to set all this up. And here we go. Game number 1. This is an elimination match, guys. So super, super important. Sebastian in the red as the Hindustanis to the west. First time you're seeing them in the tournament so far. And ACCM as the ever-popular Magyars to the east. So both players are 0-2 so far, having lost to both Viper and Leary, which, you know, isn't anything to be ashamed of for sure. But you still need to make top 3 to pass into the round of 6, and both of these guys are really going to want to do that for sure. Brownwood is a map we've seen a fair amount of. The long rush distance means that it's actually fairly passive. So, as you can see here, Sebastian feels pretty content to wall up, and I think, especially in this matchup, you feel like, okay, if your opponent has Magyars, they're probably playing Magyars on this map. Open, long rush distance, Magyars are super good. Hindustanis, of course, they are the primo camel civ. And there is something very real to be said about wanting to make a bunch of imp camels into the Magyars. Some epic early feudal age empire wars fighting. ACCM already with a slight resources lead. He is going to be walling eventually, but isn't doing so anywhere near as intensively as his opponent. And you can see he's going to be swooping in here with his Magyar scouts. Saracen camels aren't bad either. They are the 3rd best. Hindustanis and Gujaras swap 1 and 2 depending on what you're facing in terms of best cannibals, and then Saracens are 3rd. Oh, he's going to get the snag there. Yes, he does. So ACCM, with his scouts, able to find value. Still has all 3 scouts alive, although they are on lower HP. Oh, and then Mr. Spearman randomly shows up. Still, a good bit of damage here from ACCM, and he is following it up with the archers. They are meandering their way across the map. Oh, got a poke there. But Sebastian is at least pretty close to the food necessary for Castle Age, but because he actually has a bunch of archers queued up, he could cancel some of them. And actually probably should cancel some of them, just so he can go ahead and get to Castle Age. But this is something that Sebastian does a lot, is he queues up a ton of units. Alright, yeah, cancels the archers right there. Still a little bit off with those resources. Might as well pick up Horse Collar, honestly, while you are having to wait for a hot second. How am I so fresh this morning? You mean alert? I'm really not. I'm just trying to fake it because, you know, there are a bunch of people watching. And I had to, you know, be on display for way more people. You know, you get 10 times the people that you normally see pop into the stream. You better try and make a good impression, at least vaguely. Alright, second range now coming in. Oh, this is what Sebastian's looking for. He has the armor upgrade, but great micro there from both players, actually. I mean, every single shot is finding its mark. But those scouts really help out in doing more damage. A random spearman shows up, and that's going to help as all of the archers of ACCM have fallen. ACCM's resources are slightly ahead, but you have all of those savings from Hindustanis. Both players have managed to keep all of their stones, so no market shenanigans to get to Castle Age. And double archer production coming in here from Sebastian. Great positioning on those archers, able to intercept those scout cavalry. And now you're going to be able to reinforce your units much more easily. Now, like, a random stray archer isn't going to, you know, be picked off by those scout cavalry. And Sebastian, he is going to be in a great spot to make something happen here. Now, in, like, the Hera Leary games, these archers would be already at the base of ACCM and doing damage, but even just a slight delay is going to be buying ACCM the taps all of the time he needs. That said, ACCM is on 2 ranges and 1 stable. Not many skirmishers. He's got plenty of resources now, and he is going to immediately queue up those cav archers, so this is going to be all about that timing dynamic. We have all the relevant upgrades coming in here for Sebastian. And there we go. TC at the back here for Sebastian. TC at the back for ACCM. It's still a little bit scary, but this is where that Magyar team bonus comes in, which was honestly like one of the best changes to a Civ. Faster training Cav Archers really helps get those early Castle Age Cav Archer numbers going. And this is the exact situation where that bonus is especially useful. You're behind in Crossbowmen v Cav Archers, so you gotta get those numbers up as quickly as possible. Third TC now coming in here from ACCM, but this is a forward siege workshop from Sebastian. He is willing to go aggressive here. Just Crossbowmen for now. And yeah, way better than the Foot Archer line of sight bonus, which, funnily enough, they just gave to the shoe. You could say they shoehorned the bonus in. Alright, Manganella's gonna be here. Look at all of this farming space that's being denied by the Crossbowmen. Huge value there. But the Cav Archers doing their thing, coming in with the counterattack. Yes, this is a very straightforward elimination set. Whoever loses is out. Whoever wins is in the round of 6. Sniping the farms. So you're creating a bit of a secondary layer of wall. The TC will be in time. Sebastian just trying to get himself reinforced as needed. Villager count is even for now. And now Sebastian, with all of that economic inefficiency for ACCM, is able to get a bit of the resources lead. Meanwhile, defensive Mangonel way at the back here for ACCM. Will trundle on to the front lines. Stray units wandering all over the place on the map. And yet, both players are getting their economies going as needed, but look at this macro from Sebastian. 25 seconds idle time versus over 5 minutes. This is honestly super impressive from Sebastian, as well as a huge advantage from the Hindustanis having those cheaper villagers. This is really the biggest strength of that bonus, is being able to produce army and villagers at the same time and just keeping everything efficient and running smoothly, no matter what army you're making. Well, it looks like those skirmishers are going to have a bit of a bad day. You still actually have the scout cavalry at the back. You can't really kill anything because it's on 4 HP, but it can at least scout at any point. There's ballistics. Of course, going to be super important there. And University coming in here for ACCM as well. Of course, the Crossbowmen don't have a ton of longevity here, and as the Cav Archer numbers climb, the Crossbowmen are going to become worse and worse, and at the very least, ACCM is surviving. Got an outpost here at the front. Can better see when and where his opponent will be trying to push him. Handcart coming in for Sebastian, though. Wheelbarrow for ACCM. Sebastian's eco is ahead and will continue to get further ahead. Aw, rip the scout. Lots of housing space for ACCM. 77 of soon to be 150. Handcart very early? Well, his villagers are now nice and efficient. Monastery, number 1 on the way here for Sebastian. But you could really say that thus far, Sebastian hasn't done a ton with his map control. Oh, clips a crossbowman or two there. Okay, there are the reinforcements coming in. Yeah, no relics. ACCM is still getting his eco going. That said, it's the inefficiency that's the real killer so far. Not that ACCM is dead, but he is in a bit of an awkward spot. I mean, Sebastian has killed 0 villagers with this pressure. Those crossbowmen are definitely not in the right place at the right time. And ACCM going to try and claw his way back into this one. TC coming forward from Sebastian. First monk is about to be out. And now is the big skirmisher switch. Yeah, exactly. You want to transition into imp camels at some point. Everything that Magyars do well is on a horse. So eventually you're going to want camels to stop that. Defensive castle coming in now here for ACCM. Cav Archers are here to be annoying. No ballistics or thumb reg. But even without those upgrades, these Cav Archers are scary, and this is going to be ACCM's ticket back into the game. You deny the pressure up here at the front, and then you get some counterattack damage done on the other side. I mean, yes, you do have fully upgraded ARPs, but usually you want something better than that. Alright. Getting a kill there. And you are destroying some of that infrastructure. It's only 14 Cav Archers, and the skirmisher numbers are slowly but steadily going to be climbing, as both players are really trying to balance that aggression versus not dying. The ever-valuable not dying. The Magyar Hussars are on the way. Of course, they are so freaking good at sniping siege weapons. Hindustanis don't have ARB, though. They used to have ARB as Indians, but that was nerfed. Alright, Scale Barding Armor coming in. Gonna be another Mangonel out here soon, and the Cav Archers are in. They have Ballistics. Those Camels obviously aren't going to do anything. They have no direct upgrades. And the Skirmishers are trying to show up to the party, but this is not really something that Sebastian was anticipating. Skirms are here, though, and they are the best unit in Age of Empires. Mangonel's a little bit out of position. The Camel's trying to find some value. Utilize that faster attack speed. Now, that Mangonel, of course, to the right is on very low HP. It's all about the micro here. Another Camel comes in and is not able to get that shot off. Turns out having upgrades is very good. That said, great micro here from Sebastian. Slowly whittling down those CA numbers with the skirmishers, but all those vills are idle in the back, and again, this is exactly what ACCM needs. Another Camel is going to die to the Cav Archers, but will it get the hit off? No, but the Mangonel goes down. And that armor upgrade is just now in, but, I mean, Sebastian would have a very hard time getting the armor in the first place because all of his food income is getting so heavily harassed. Oh, and of course, it's all about that multitasking. ACCM is ahead in the villagers killed, and we are off to a great, solid game number one. Crownwood's a great game number one map. You know, it's very balanced. It's not usually over immediately just because somebody made a small mistake early. We can really see the back and forth between these players, which is something I always enjoy, personally. Yeah, it's not a silly map. Oh, crossbowman, maybe a little out of position, but still, only one dies. Yeah, look at that eco balance, or rather, eco imbalance, you could say. I enjoy content the most. Well, I mean, I just enjoy interesting games. It's my job to make all games interesting, at least as much as I can, but, you know, I like having my job easier, because as much as I am an AoE caster, I'm an AoE fan, right? And I like exciting games. But look at this, guys. With all of the insanity that's happened in this game, imp times are the same. All the attacking, counterattacking, both players are working their way to the Imperial Age. That said, Sebastian is a couple thousand resources ahead, which is certainly valuable at this point. Eco upgrades are looking very similar. ACCM grabbing Heavy Plow there. Most interesting out of all? Well, I guess I do what I can. But here we go. You could say that fundamentally, Sebastian has bought the time. He's kept the Cav Archer mass low. Yeah, he took some damage, but the Cav Archer mass is certainly manageable. And the Camel upgrades are really going to start to come in. Bloodlines, Husbandry, both on the way. Yes, of course, we'd still need to see those Blacksmith upgrades. But, I mean, you're getting to Imp Camel with maybe some Skirmishers support. It is going to be tough for Magyars to deal with that until they have, like, 50 Cav Archers of their own. The second best? Who else is making a ton of campaign content? His hero? Viper makes like one campaign video every 3 years. Alright, Castle coming forward here from Sebastian. ACCM's already on 2. Oh, and ACCM wants to take this fight. He does have the high ground. The Camel upgrades are still pretty poor. Only +1 defense at the Blacksmith, but still, that blob of ranged units is very good. HCA is actually prioritized, which is a little weird, but still. Gonna be rounding out those upgrades. More camels dying. Scores are very close. KD a little bit better here for ACCM. At Onager, that was kind of different though, because Hindustanis, great bombard cannons. It's going to be much more difficult to counter that. Heavy Camel is on its way. And we do not have Corvinian army in yet, so the Magyar Hussars are actually much easier to afford now, because they're, what, 30 food, 45 gold or something like that? Or 35 food, 45 gold? But still, it is a trash unit that is costing gold right now. Sebastian's been able to pick up 3 relics. ACCM will get 2, as they're basically right in his base. And there's Corvinian army even rotating those crops, baby. And I mean, this is just way too many upgrades here on the CA for the camels to deal with, but it's the range units behind just constantly dishing out that damage. As both players are really trying to upgrade 2 unit lines at once, and it's tough. Recurve bow coming in as well. Wait, did he cancel curve? No, he's just getting both. Okay. PC here to the south. Crownwood doesn't have a ton of gold on it, especially relative to the other Empire Wars maps. Elite Magyars, it's probably what he's saving up for, and indeed he is. I mean, ACCM is trying to get to his best army composition, but does he have the time? Sebastian's at max pop right now. He's got 2 trebuchets. Hard to tell exactly if that has the high ground advantage, but it's still going to be trebbing on up. And here comes Imp Camel. Oh, wow, nice counterattack here. That TC is all sorts of not happening. Very well done. Oh, it's tough. I mean, Magyar Hussars are so good at doing exactly that, darting in, sniping the trebuchet, and then you don't really lose too much value in the process. If you have the heavy cav archers here, you are getting closer to those full upgrades, but Sebastian basically doubling his resources advantage at this point, now at 4,000 more. Walling in the trebs, it is very good, depending on the situation. And at the very least, we're going to have some repairs. Heavy camels are here, not quite imp camels yet, but they are still so freaking good, and that castle will fall. Simply no way of saving it. And there we go. Huge amount of DPS is lost there because of the castle falling, and yet the Magyar Hussars are going to try and run in and snipe the trebs, but this is 400 wood and gold. This is a lot more than that in the form of those cav archers that these imp camels are just going to be munching for breakfast, just like I am not doing with my oatmeal because I have a game to cast. And that Hindustani's pick for Sebastian really coming in here. Smart move. And this is looking really, really strong. You can't let the Magyar player, even as Hindustanis, if you get to like 50 heavy cav archers, it's really tough. But Sebastian just not letting that happen. Darting around back and forth. You have your ranged units here with full upgrades. Oh, it's great play from Sebastian. He's just so adaptive, which I really do appreciate. Like, for example, I think that Hart is more mechanically sound than Sebastian is, although, again, this is all relative. Everybody's very good at everything. But I think that Sebastian's a lot more adaptable than Hart is to whatever situation. Anyway, Blast Furnace is in, so you got all the relevant upgrades in at this point. You need help against the camels? Well, it's like you kind of need everything. It's really, really tough. And it's the fact that Sebastian was able to keep the CA numbers low the entire time. That really enabled him to do that. ACCM has the score lead. He is ahead in resources destroyed. And, to be fair, he doesn't have map control. The gold is going to be a huge issue for him soon, but it isn't yet. Good old Grand Trunk Road, and now the Magyar Hussars are trying to launch a counterattack. Magyar Hussars still do a ton of damage because for some reason they got triple buffed a while ago. And now the skirmisher numbers are looking lower. ACCM is getting towards 200 population. Couple Magyar Hussars running in. Regular Hussars are going to be coming in as well here for ACCM because he only has one castle. It's really not great. Regular Hussars are a big step down from Magyar Hussars in terms of raw stats. It's what, 4 less attack and 15 less HP? And of course, the siege damage and the attack speed. Also a bit faster for Magyar Hussars. Throwing his units, but he's not throwing the cav archers, and that's the most important thing. He's getting those numbers, slowly but steadily. A little bit of a camel raid. Yeah, throwing the Hussars into the meat grinder isn't an issue. He even has crop rotation to have the perfect farming to spam those Hussars. Yeah, the one thing he cannot afford to throw is cav archers, for sure. But look at this, guys. The Magyar cav archers are really freaking good. Yeah, we're a long ways off from score being important, though. And ACCM is still way ahead in the KD anyway, so he's doing fine there. We're getting there. It's 35. That's a pretty darn solid number, but not at like the you can't ever deal with it point. It's still deal withable. That's a new word I made up. I hope you like it. Counterattacks are being dealt with. Really freaking good game number 1 here between these guys. Look at this. Now the CA are going to have to be getting traded just to survive at the moment. Like, yes, you are losing imp camels in the process, but that should be kind of okay for Sebastian because he has map control and also 4 relics to 2, which is extra nifty. ACCM can ill afford to replace those cav archers, much less so than Sebastian can replace imp camels. And that's just the real issue right there. Map control, map control, map control, guys. Both extra golds in favor of Sebastian right now, as well as the relics. And getting more value there. And look at this, guys. Camels are charging in. ACCM's population is dropping like a stone. And Sebastian's just doing such a good job of keeping the CA numbers low. It got up to 30 at one point, but as soon as it basically hit 30 to 35, Sebastian was just trading again. Having that map control, able to afford those gold units, there we go. That castle probably shouldn't have happened, to be honest, but whatever. Whatever, man. More Hussar raids being attempted by ACCM. Thing with camels, though, is they're a really good defensive unit against Hussar raids because they can keep up with the Hussars and they kill them easily. A bit sloppy. You can't just say the S word like that. Yeah, 17 cav archers, guys, that basically cannot be replaced. Now, Sebastian does need some siege units here to get to the front lines. It's going to be some Lumberjacks going down. Actually, a very significant amount of Lumberjacks going down. ACCM below 100 villagers. Sebastian still hanging in at 123. Comment not through the clean feed because I asked Krazini. And I made my case that last time it was very beneficial to RedBull to have an English streamer who has access to the games and doesn't need to use the clean feed. ACCM can never engage the camels. Yeah, I mean, it's tough because ACCM is just not able to sort of sit back and pick off the units in the way he wants to. Sebastian is always forcing the issue. But, Gizdek, if you're casting in Polish, right? And if you're, like, the only person doing so, you might be able to swing for it. Big Hussar counterattack, guys, but all camel reinforcements basically just need to go home at this point. Okay, so there still aren't the Trebs. So that's kind of the issue for Sebastian. And of course, it's very difficult to keep Siege alive against the Magyars, but it's still something you have to do. Blew me off? Oh, well. More fighting. I mean, Sebastian is losing some bills here, for sure. Siege Elephants, the food income is honestly not perfect, and that's a lot of Trebs queued up. As ACCM gonna send forth more units, a nice little clandestine eco to the north. As ACCM is trying to hang in there. I mean, the scores are still very close, even though nominally we look at this as an AoE 2 game, not as a score game. Sebastian has a huge lead. Skirm still just dive bombing the Cav Archers. Each Cav Archer that dies is, you know, so difficult to try and replace. Krebs here on the high ground. No Siege Engineers, though. More Hussars swooping in, but they're on stand ground. Oh, they probably could have gotten another one. Not that it probably would have saved the castle anyway. Look at this, though. 93 to 78,000 resources collected. Castle will fall there from ACCM. All those units are just getting thrown into the meat grinder at this point. Trebuchets can level all of this production. A little bit of a regroup right there. And yeah, just having those camels as a defensive tool is super underrated against Hussar raids. Because Hussars can run away from the halves. You can't run away from the Imp camels, so just run up to you and kill you. And of course, as the Magyar Hussar numbers deplete even more, or sorry, the Cav Archer numbers deplete, it's just not able to replace them. 17 only, 0 gold income, just 2 relics. You don't even have guilds as the Magyars. And you have super guilds via Grand Trunk Road as the Hindustanis. Now, in an ideal world, I think these Hussars should be Imp Camels, and these Imp Camels should be Hussars, but whatever. It'll probably work. They're pointing to 05 slower, which is noticeable, but the thing is, the second that the Magyar Hussars or any Hussar stops to attack, the Camel's going to catch up easily. Anyway, Imp Camels, still 39 Imp Camels here for Hindustanis. Again, really like the Hindustanis pick into Magyars. I have to check the drafts again, but I imagine Hindustanis were a much lower pick than Magyars were. Anyway, final castle will fall. 11 Cav Archers left. Yeah, this is pretty darn over. Pretty darn over. And there is the GG called. Sebastian takes game number 1 in this elimination game. 130 Cav Archers trained, 210 Imp Camels. Really, really strong there. And Sebastian was just always able to keep those Cav Archer numbers down, take that map control, take the side golds, which is so critical because for a long time, you have to trade Imp Camels into just killing regular Cav units. And look at that, 8,000 more gold collected, and that really was the difference maker. Well done. This is going to be a nice series. I mean, if the series is just like that game number 1, I will take it. What did I say, guys? Magyar's very high draft pick from ACCM. Hindustani's low draft pick from Sebastian. Really smart move there. All right. And Glacis will be the next map. And a Corgi. CORGI. All right, let's see what they're going to go for, guys. I would like to finish my breakfast, especially because I have a Corgi breathing now. I'm made to get my oatmeal bowl. It's the battle, guys, of ACCM with the AI-generated tassel on the branch for his eagle versus Sebastian with the incorrect Uruguayan flag. Alrighty, I hear AoE 2 sounds. We'll just keep the colors consistent. And here we go, guys. Game number 2. It will be Sebastian as the Blue Persians to the southwest. He's definitely a big fan of this Civ. Plays Persians a lot in every tournament. I mean, Persians are a very good Civ in general, but I do feel like I see Sebastian on Persians a lot. Well, ACCM is going to be in the red as the Cumans. Definitely a huge resurgence in this tournament itself, wherein they weren't very popular in the qualifiers. Not just the ladder qualifier, but the qualifiers too. But yeah, without access to that early second TC, Cumans are going to have a much more difficult time ever trying to keep pace with the Persians. A ship? I think it is supposed to be a ship, right? Because they have all the 18th century naval uniforms. Doc coming in now for both players. Padded archer armor. Fletching's already in for Sebastian. Fletching just now coming in here for ACCM, and it is going to be your basic early start to the game with archers and scouts. I gave him my oatmeal bowl, and I don't even know... Oh my god. He pushed it under my bed. Alright. That is a stable now on the way here for ACCM. Same here for Sebastian. Both going double range. So honestly, Sebastian going with 2 very early ranges himself to try and keep pace with all of the production from his opponent, which is smart. Versions still start with extra resources, guys, so you're still a little bit better able to afford that. And now, look at this. 4 kills to 0 deaths. Sebastian marching across the map. ACCM does get a kill there and make that 2, but Sebastian still taking some very nice trades. 7 kills to 2 deaths. Guys, this is looking like my games. And not from the perspective of Sebastian, if you know what I mean. You definitely don't do that. Oh, the bunners! The bunners. Find someone to hate? You could always hate Fodler. When in doubt, disliking Fodler is usually a good idea. Alright, looking to come in for a counterattack. All of these archers are out of position, and ACCM gonna be finding a way to get some counterattack damage done here. Oh, what did that fox ever do to you? But with Sebastian's army coming back, now it's just gonna be the scouts on the skirmishers. And there you go, all that stuff is gobbled up. Bad blood against his old team. What? They're literally teammates. Well, ACCM's symbol is an eagle. I don't know why, but that's like his streaming symbol anyway. Alright, reinforcements there are going to be enough. So ACCM, not the prettiest fights in the world, but he's kind of making it work. Team Fox. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hey, man, I never had anything to do with Fox. I wouldn't remember them. Never did a podcast for them. Yes, it's exactly for the cheap military buildings. You get off to a super fast start and snowball it. Alright, Scale Barding Armor and Bloodlines both in here for Sebastian. ACCM just with the +1 defense, although Bloodlines is coming in. Double dock, though, and of course the Fire Galley makes it very difficult to try and pressure. And I'm sorry, Dash, I just kicked my Corgi. I didn't mean to! See, the thing with a Corgi is that they will literally be underfoot and as close to you as possible because they're very affectionate dogs. But if you, like, step on them or trip over them, or incidentally hit them, they look at you like, what are you doing? This is all your fault. It happens a lot in the kitchen. Alright, big fight happening over here. Army numbers are even. Like, Dash is literally, like, underneath my desk at the moment. More archers, more scouts from ACCM, more archers, more scouts from Sebastian. Definitely a bit of a different style of game on this map. Way more feudal heavy than we've seen from other players. And here we go. Big fight here, but this should be all Sebastian. And it sure is. You have a 3-bill lead already for Sebastian just based off of the... Well, I mean, he has less idle TC time, to be fair, but also the power of the Persian TC. triple dock, though, from ACCM. Like, so many villagers are on way too few shorefish. He needs, like, to send some vills up to the north as well. You can see what Sebastian's doing, where his vills are much more spread out across a bunch of different locations. Origin coming in as well. We'll have all the upgrades for his scouts and archers. Here we go. Big fight is unfolding, and ACCM is going to have to skedaddle here, but this is going to allow Sebastian to pounce. Oh man, such a good job sniping the enemy archers, and now it's just the big scout mosh pit with a few archers to support, and that is a terrifyingly good fight for Sebastian. Origin coming in now finally as well, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered. Because the spearmen will immediately die to the archers and skirmishers. And look at this, Castle Age coming in as well. He's 500 resources ahead. I mean, I do think Persians are just stronger than humans in general here, but this is extremely dominant thus far. Poor ACCM, man. He's having a rough tournament. He always struggles at lands relative to online play. Yeah, I mean, they both sold their stone and didn't bother with the towers at all. Archers maneuvering here. You don't want to lose your units before Castle Ages, Sebastian. ACCM doing a good job of forcing this fight. I mean, that's a good fight for ACCM for sure. Is it enough? I don't think so, but I mean, any comeback in this game starts with taking several good fights in a row, and that is exactly what he's doing here. Fully wall your side of the map. You can wall on the high ground as much as you want. Get ACCM to shine it. Well, didn't he do better in the China land, as it was much closer? Oh, man. Guys, ACCM is trying to take the absolute best possible fights here, and that is exactly what he's doing. He was, like, behind 15 in the KD, and now he's +3 and climbing. We will have knights on the way. +2 defense as well, but again, if there was any hope for ACCM in this game, it would be right here. Deal with jet lag? Well, or just traveling far from home. Some people just aren't as good outside of their home environment. All right, knights are coming in, but this is a lot of feudal age units from ACCM, guys. Is this going to be enough? I mean, it was all Sebastian, but he just stepped his toe out a little too far. And ACCM attempting to punish that like crazy. Now, we are on triple stables here as our blue player. I actually have no idea where oh, there's the third one. You can't really go camels either, because they will just die to archers. Now, look at this. Now the spearmen are coming in. All of Sebastian's archers are dead, and you're just trying to keep up the pressure as best you can. He's cut his own production so he can try and click up to Castle Age. It's 35-11 army, and the villagers are in massive danger right now for Sebastian. He's lost 9 so far. This game went from very one-sided to very interesting very quickly. There we go. Here we are, knights charging back up the hill, trying to take a better fight. I mean, it's 10 knights. I mean, they are just feudal age units. It's not very impressive. Oh! Whoa. Okay, this game's over. Oh my goodness. Well, that'll do it. That's how this map works. Now the knights are going to charge across the map. Nothing ACCM can possibly do to stop that. Never see another demo? Yeah, exactly. All those vills are in obviously such a massive danger. But yeah, Sebastian also spreading his vills out partially to the north helped save a lot of them. mean, ACCM is now super dead as Sebastian is going to be one game away from booking his ticket to the round of 6. And ACCM going to be one game away from elimination. Yep, it's a super duper mega over game. And honestly, ACCM just not quite able to keep up with any of the players thus far in the tournament. Always falling very far behind early. By elimination, because both of these players are 0 and 2. And last place in the group is eliminated, so whoever's 0 and 3 is going to be eliminated. Random unit's going to be going down there. Really don't have that many vills on gold, does Sebastian, which isn't ideal, but I mean, he's fine, he's fine. There is no husbandry in for Sebastian, to be fair. Camel's going to try and take a good fight, but it's still just way too many units, I think. Especially without any food income. Those vills are also found out by Sebastian. Really nice job there. Those vills are found out by Sebastian. Sebastian has 4 vills on wood right now. Those archers are a little annoying, but not the end of the world. Yeah. Very much the no eco gaming. What? Well, ACCM has fewer than his starting number of villagers in Empire Wars. That's usually a very bad sign. Only Leary can win with his fewer than his starting villagers. Random monk. I was gonna say, if that monk didn't get a conversion, I would have been so salty for Sebastian. On a more open map, well, Mesmora, the thing is, the rush distance is very close. So like that's why we see Dravidians on this map look really good, is just you get those extra ranges down and it can apply pressure right away. That said, Dravidians feel a lot better over the course of a game than humans do on this map. But also, I'm not like 100% sold on humans as is. It just feels very all or nothing. Anyway, guys, I would like to point out that, again, ACCM has fewer than his starting population. Yeah. Uh-huh. That is very, very close. ACCM had a moment, maybe, but, I mean, just look at this, guys. The demo hit was huge. The engagement was perfect on top of it from Sebastian, and then everything fell apart there for ACCM. Well, the idea is especially that you just outproduce your opponent early on, but Sebastian did a really good job of trying his best to keep up. Now, Persians are a very good civ for doing that. #1 civ pick for each player, wow. Now, ACCM, 1 game away from elimination, guys. Yeah, I mean, I was looking more at the technical issues at the time. All right. Let's see what ACCM's got. See what the next map is. Uninspired? More like AI-spired. Now, Krazzini says that they did not say that they were made by a person without the help of AI. The banners, they showed it on the stream with the players. And, like, they're posted to Reddit. If you look closely, they both have some very AI-looking things. The flag of Uruguay is inverted and has too many stripes on it. It's white-blue, not blue-white. And then there are some tassels on the eagle, or like on the branch. Like the branch becomes a tassel. LBLs also has some weird tassel issues. What is this? Oh, magnifying glass on Vulpine. Oh, look at the circle. The circle, the foxes. Berries. A tassel is a little, cloth decorative bit. Usually made of, like, rope. This is a tassel. Exactly, like, how do you describe it? Decorative cloth hanging bit. A finishing feature in fabric and clothing decoration. It is a universal ornament seen in varying versions in many cultures around the globe. Alrighty, guys, here we go. Bastion gonna be in the blue as the Aztecs to the northeast. If you are gonna play one of the Meso Civs, I do think Aztecs are better than Mayans in this situation. And to the southwest, tournament life on the line. He will be rocking the Khmer. It is ACCM. That Korean Mirror matchup? Well, people just don't like the ladder qualifiers and the fact that you just spam the same thing over and over again. ACCM's a fantastic player, and almost certainly would have qualified otherwise. The issue is that, again, that ACCM always underperforms at LAN events. Alright, the houses help with keeping the villagers safe for now, and of course that Aztec production is very helpful. Well, I just keep the colors consistent throughout the series, and ACCM started with red. But yes, cyan is the Khmer color. Bastion's still taking his foxes, but ACCM gonna look for the counterattack. Nice job saving the villagers. Mixing in the spearmen, and now you really have to balance the eagles with the spearmen. Nice kill there. Forging is a big one for ACCM. 22 on food for him. 0 vills on gold except for the fox gatherers. Yeah, you still have plenty of foxes to take. Almost like the map's called Vulpine or something. Oh, fletching coming in, so ACCM isn't going double stable. He is opting to have at least some usage of his gold right there with the archers with fletching. Also, I like the random rabbits in the middle of the map because in post-imp, you're really going to need these rabbits. Bloodline's coming in, but look at this, Sebastian clicking up to Castle Age. Great job for him there. Able to cut unit production at the exact right time. And if he can get those Castle Age Aztec Eagle Warriors rolling, that is going to go very poorly for ACCM. Again, production speed for Aztecs, you also have the better farmers for what that's worth, and you have the extra incentive to go for relics. ACCM needs to make something happen. Now, he absolutely can. It's not like, you know, we're all smooth sailing yet for Sebastian, but he's got to do something. Got the chance to try Muisca. Muisca, I love Muisca. Really fun civ.
But nay.
Those Bohemians, clown him out. When in doubt, clown him out.
Jay?
Bohemians are still probably better, but that's just because Bohemians are silly. Alright, all those archers went down. Very good. They're kind of like humans where they fizzle out really fast if you don't get the initial value. In Monk Wars? Yeah, you don't want Temple Guards in Monk Wars. Where the Temple Guards are really good is if your opponent is doing something other than monks. So if your opponent's going Light Cow, the Temple Guards are amazing. Or if your opponent's trying to boom, the Temple Guards are really good at just applying continuous pressure. But yeah, in a Monk War, don't go Temple Guards. Alright, Castle Age is in. Remember, the Eagles get an immediate stat buff. Although Sebastian can't afford any upgrades. A little bit awkward. I mean, ACCM is on his way up too, but you cannot fully wall this map. Sebastian hesitant to die without his Castle Age upgrades, but he's like, might as well. Might as well. Deal Scout plus Monks. You have to wait on that one. Here we are. Eagles are here. No arson yet, I think. Nope. Tied to hand cannons. Rip. I mean, in theory, the Geishas should be good there, but I do think they're underpowered. Alright, Castle Age is in. Light Cav is going to come in as well, but it is 30-13 army right now in favor of Sebastian. ACCM on the verge of being the first player eliminated in RedBull Wololo Legacy. Or Legacy? Londinium! This Legacy was last one, I think. Yeah. Yes, Geishas are very underwhelming. There we go. Vils are under threat. Like how trying to take the best fight they can. Now, remember, even getting top 8 is still a very... right now, I can't keep up with all these crazy tournaments, man. Just too much to ask. Alright, Pikeman's in as well. There are very few archers on the field to try and snipe them. And Lance, I don't know. I maybe he doesn't even know, but it's just always been the case with him. And part of the fact is that almost every single LAN is in Europe, which is across the world from him. Now, some players, like Yo, still do very well in LANs even when they are across the world. But it just is down to the person, right? Some people adjust better to being in completely different environments than others. Some people are less affected by travel than others. I mean, it all depends. And Sebastian, you don't need to queue up 4 frickin' monks at the same time. Oh my goodness, it is just a swarm. Swarm of eagles, man. ACCM is trying to produce knights here, but it is so tough. Well, isn't that patrol stacking, guys? Isn't that banned? Isn't that like the exact type of thing that's banned, though? Or no, that's only if they're patrolling back and forth. Stand ground patrol is okay. It's the patrol stacking on like one tile that's not allowed. Yeah, that's... I don't like any of that. Anyway, more relics are going to come in here for Sebastian. Overdoing nothing? Oh, yes. I mean, ACCM's literal tournament life is on the line. He is not going to give up without a fight, even by ACCM standards. But there just isn't really a whole lot going for him at this point. Yes, the one-tile patrol is the thing that's banned. Well, I mean, it is a cleanup, technically. By doubling siege damage, yeah. I mean, it's really unfortunate for ACCM because he's such a lovable guy. And he's such a fun player to watch, but this is just, unfortunately, how it always seems to be with him at LAN events. Oh my goodness. One conversion right there. Yeah, I mean, GG, well played. Unfortunate for ACCM. He still gets a good amount of money, of course, but you never want to see someone go out like that, especially not someone like ACCM. But well done and well deserved for Sebastian, and he will keep his hopes alive. He will make the round of 6. Which, at least I always weight LAN events quite highly in terms of player performance. Unless it's like ACCM who wins or goes deep in every single online tournament. But I think this is arguably Sebastian's best result yet. Yeah, ACCM kind of crumpled. He folded like a house of dominoes. It sure was. But that is the way it must be, as we are next going to have someone else get eliminated. Either MBL or Hart, I think. I don't know if there's a world where Yo is eliminated. Yeah, the first game was fantastic. Yep, Hart MBL is the next set.
Let's get a word from our winner. Riley, back to you.
Thanks very much, boys, and yes, welcome back to the cargo hold here at the HMS Londinium. I'm joined not just by Mem, but by our victorious player here, Sebastian. Sebastian, congratulations. A 3-0 clean sweep. It must be good to get on the board like this.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it feels good. I was close the previous days, and I really wanted to win. I mean, this match was super key.
Yes, and I think the 0-2 record you brought into this match wasn't reflective of your performance. Were you feeling disappointed that you hadn't managed, that the scoreline wasn't reflecting how well you had been playing?
Yeah, not really disappointed. I felt like the series against Viper was decent. He had a better plan for the last game, which was critical. And against Leary, even though it was close, the final game was going to be like Koreans, Ethiopians.
Mm-hmm.
So I was afraid of the final game, so it wasn't that close, I think. But yeah, I'm really happy.
I can imagine it must be a huge relief to have won that. Obviously, ACCM
He is a cutie,
talented
isn't
player,
he?
Such a huge amount of momentum coming into this tournament on the ladder. So
Really nice guy,
good to
too.
pick up that win. Man, we've got some highlights now that we're going to show the viewers at home. Maybe you can talk with Sebastian through some of these key moments.
Well, you came here, Sebastian, with Hindustanis. I think it's the first time we see in the tournament. Do you feel that you were having the best civilization for the later game against Magyars? That till now, I think it was undefeated in this map.
Yeah, it was part of the plan. He got Magyars super early, so it's not like it's a counter, but it's playable. So that's what you want to do against the first pick usually or the second pick.
How important you will rate the first game, because it was super long, you know, starting 1-0 the series, Hindustani versus Magyar, and then that you know that ACCM never quit. He's keep going. You were so patient, according to the situation.
Yeah, he should never quit because he's not wasting too many gold units. He's playing CA, so I'm sending camels, which are the gold unit. So potentially in a longer game, he might have the advantage. But I think the key for me were the relics, actually.
Okay.
I think I managed to get 4 or 3 relics, and that was really good for me.
Not only that, but be humble. Your army control was insane.
Yeah,
It was really good.
it was tricky with the Magyars and start sniping the traps.
I like how that wasn't a question. It was just telling you, no. You know, because it was insane. Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know, and you can see here the map control. You are being patient and all to have pretty much, what, 80% of the map?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. What was the key here?
All right, guys,
Because Kumans as
I
well,
am
there
gonna
was a
go make some
critical
coffee.
moment that
I'll
we
be right
will see
back.
In a moment, but Kuman's start is always scary, no?
Yeah, I was quite disappointed with this game because I felt I had the control. I knew I was clicking up faster, and somehow I managed to almost throw it. It was... I almost throw it.
Wow.
Losing the archers, I should have been more patient, go to the hill. Need to be more careful for sure.
He was having 4 stables, you know?
Yeah,
A lot of army, I was watching there. But still,
that's the moment.
yeah, the path in there, right? As well.
Well, it's my bad, not the bad.
Okay. Okay, well, this was scary. I was listening, Dave and Neely was here. Oh man, he's gonna come back. But at the end, those couple of minutes being in Castle Age, you take it back everything.
Yeah, maybe if you stop producing here, I don't know. It was a tricky game because I had more initiative, so the knights were able to do a lot. That was huge. Yeah.
At the boom. Were you thinking that you could lose that game?
Yeah, for sure. I thought I'd throw it that moment when I lose the archers.
But in this one, I don't think you feel that way, right? You were controlling this one with the Aztecs pretty well.
Yeah, that was a comfortable game for me. I practiced Aztecs, so couldn't win against Leary, but
You thought that is better than Khmer here? Just
easier to play, I would say.
easier, right?
Not sure if better, but easier to play. So you just produce eagles.
Yeah, you can see the amount of army you are getting there.
Yeah.
How you are feeling now?
Well, I'm quite relieved. So yeah, I'm quite happy. It will only get harder from here, but the group was really tough. So well played to my group.
We noticed, Sebastian, this time in this match, no push-ups. Care to make a comment on that, mate?
I did at the beginning, actually.
Oh, you did? Off camera. Mem.
He want to be humble now, you know, and then you make the push up out of the camera, you know. You have a big community behind you. Is this the most important moment in your career? Qualifying to the playoffs of this tournament?
Yeah, potentially, it's a huge event. But I'm having fun. I'm talking with players, having fun.
Okay.
So I will see how it goes. So,
Chill.
but it's a really important moment for sure.
Chill, but happy. Do you want to say something to your Spanish community? Because there's many people that is banking you. Te está bancando, ¿verdad? And I will translate. So anything you want to say to the Spanish community?
Okay.
You can go.
Spanish?
In
or-
Spanish, yes.
Okay. Bueno, gracias por el segmento. Quería agradecerles a todos por el aguante. No he podido responder mensajes. Estoy armando una especie de blog. Ya los voy a compartir en algún momento. Pero bueno, estoy metiéndole a full, así que gracias por acompañar y por el apoyo. Vamos a dar el máximo.
Well, he's just telling that thank you so much. He's supporting. He's preparing a blog, and well, that he's going full on in Age of Empires. And thanks so much for the support.
And thank you, Sebastian, for joining us, mate. Congratulations on the win. Looking forward to seeing you again in the future.
Thank you very much, Riley.
You stand before the conversion chamber. Three questions will be asked. You will receive no indication of success or failure. Only at the end will your fate be revealed. Answer all correctly and walk free. Fail and be converted.
Question 1. What building creates villagers?
Town centers.
Question 2. What is the Mongols' hunting bonus?
I believe they collect food 33% faster, or something like that.
Question 3. If a monk beginning a conversion and no one is there to hear it, is the unit already converted?
Yes. I don't know.
We have heard enough. We welcome the converted into our order.
Not good to me now.
Oh well, that looked like it was a lot of fun.
Professional.
Yeah, so
Professional.
it's professional.
All good, all good. Do you want that I convert you?
Yeah,
I
no,
can't
no,
convert you.
no, I don't want to go.
No?
I don't want to go through that. That must have been a lot of fun to film.
Honestly, when you see the outcome, it's
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah,
Because when you are doing this, and I'm gonna be completely honest, sorry production, you are thinking, what we are doing here?
Yeah, this is gonna. It's
And now we
bizarre.
know what we are doing there. It's amazing.
It's the.
But I think I wasn't there in that room.
Oh, that
that
wasn't you?
wasn't me.
Oh, it looked and sounded a lot like you, but it wasn't you.
Yeah, but I think NBL has an advantage to Mr. Yo.
Yeah, wasn't it?
You know, wow, you got converted.
He's got converted.
Yeah.
But no, it's amazing seeing what that movie magic can do.
Amazing.
And poor old NBL, he looked like he was.
What's
being
up?
Don't want to
bringing it.
make any spoiler.
Yeah.
Initiation
Please
into the
stay tuned.
Freemasons? Well, I mean, if it had to be anybody, it'd be MBL, right? Next Mixer. I don't know. Mixer hasn't been a thing for a while. One sparse. Looks like we are immediately going back to Volpine. Mixer's been gone for years. First map. So basically, it's like pick, or it's pick, or sorry, ban, pick, and then a bunch of bans, and then they randomly select one. My favorite of this pool? I don't know. I like Stonefront, Hengehold solid, Glacis is solid, Crownwood solid. I mean, there are a lot of decent maps. All right, we should be good to go. Don't see them in the lobby yet.
And smiling, you know.
He's not happy.
But he's happy. He's telling me, you will see, ma'am.
Yeah.
I know what I'm doing.
Yeah. He's got something cooked up, whether he knows it or not. Well, we're going to line things up and get ready for our next match. Heart and MBL are coming your way here at coverage of RedBull, Wololo, Londinium. It's great to have you along. Do stay with us because, as we say, coming up in just a few moments, our second match of the day, Heart versus MBL.
I don't.
Right. Atlantic Ocean violence? What? All right, they're in the lobby. Volpine going to be game number 1. A cute, cuddly man was eliminated. It's very sad. Wait, I need to get some coffee. I made the coffee. But I needed to wait for the coffee to be made, and it looks like we have some extra time, so, you know. Yeah, no. What's up? It's your boy. All right, we're back. We are back. Oh, combine? No, it's just everybody who's there is rebroadcasting the main event because RedBull cares about total viewership. They don't really care so much about how many views are on their individual platform. Oh, I see. Oh, they're... Ah, okay. I bet RedBull asked to do that because T90 was getting more viewership than RedBull. Now the question is T90 getting paid on top of all this? Or is that, like, worked into the contract? All right, guys, let me just set this up real quick. Yes, indeed, Dr. Phobius, the loser of this set does go home. We'll have MBL in the red as the Vietnamese to the west of Vulpine, and to the east in the blue as the Georgians. It will be hard. Now, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Yo got too many wins overall, so I think that even if he gets swept by Hera, I still think he probably moves on. I mean, Yo might get third place, but I honestly don't really think there's any significant difference between getting second and third place. You're still in the round of 6. Oh, that is an archer, actually, not a spearman. So that's going to be a nice early pick-off there from Hart. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I bumped it up for the audio for the interview. There we go. But yeah, so what they do is that everybody who's at the event is just rebroadcasting the clean feed to their personal streams to maximize the reach of the tournament. Set wins. Scouts coming on in. Skirm's coming on in. A cheaper version of Hera? Yes. Which is crazy because a cheaper version of Hera is still a top 7 or 8 player. Yeah, I don't see a world where Yo gets eliminated. Anyway, really good fight there for Hart to start things off. I would say he's maybe the favorite, but I think it's very close. That's a very good fight there for Hart. Just a few love taps here and there. Market coming in for MBL, but his eco balance is definitely not quite up to snuff. Teemu Hera, I mean, I think that's a disservice to Hart, but, you know, Hart trash talked my tournament, so, you know, I'll never forgive him for that or something. Applying pressure a bit more. I think, if anything, he might be a bit more of a Teemu Leary than a Teemu Hera in that regard, but again, that is something of a disservice to him. Anyway, MBL is on his way up to Castle Age, but Hart is going to be hot on his heels with a better economy and a larger army. Just, it was World Desert Championship. A little bit of dancing here, but this still just feels really good for Hart. Castle Age on the way for him. Double the army. And MBL's doing a pretty good job of avoiding, like, long-term damage, but he's still just losing units. And if he can't take good fights, then where are you going in this game? That is range number 2, so we might be trying to do a Cav Archer switch, and Vietnamese do have the better Cav Archers than Georgians. You still probably need 3 ranges, though. Now, having Wheelbarrow is very helpful, for sure. First color now coming in here from Heart. Orange bushes are about to run out here for MBL. And that's a second stable, so Heart's actually not going to be playing with mostly skirmishers. Been watching baseball? The MLB has been housed, man. They're housed in their ballparks. Alright, Bodkin coming in. EA are queued up, second TC. I mean, it's not a pretty second TC, but MBL just really wants to get that eco going. Scouts running on in. They have Bloodlines and +1 defense, but there still isn't a ton of area for them to raid. That said, MBL going to be stabilizing at this point. Pick Norband, yep, and that's going to be the case. Alright, second TC coming in here from Heart. Going to secure a little bit more map control. Still homeless? Yeah, that's true. Hey, once more, I was talking about real baseball teams. Mind you, that when I was growing up, I supported the Chicago White Sox. So, you know, glass houses and all that. I'm an excellent rock thrower in glass houses. Change their tech tree? Yeah, they need to be getting a buff of some kind. Which is, again, sad because I think they're super fun. I mean, I think all of the new civs are really fun. Mapuche are already probably totally viable. Anyway, Cav Archers are going down. I mean, again, it is something as simple as Heart is just taking far better engagements. There is the first fortified church in. It's not, like, in the best position to cover a ton of your economy, but it is fine. And that Siege Workshop... Ooh. Is it worthwhile to go Siege Workshop when your opponent's on one range? Buff to the Muisca need? Temple Guards and Geishas both need to be better. In their campaign? Well, that's just because their campaign was a bunch of Muisca mirrors. That's more an Eldorado problem. Oh, that Cav Archer's gonna get immediately sniped, and again, it's really a question of micro at this point. Oh my goodness, units charging on in. Oh dear. Getting the kill there. I mean, some units might go down, but you are getting so much value as Heart. MBL trying to add TC number 3, but he's got nothing in the queue. Oh no, Ballistics is coming in now for Heart as well. MBL is going to try and launch a counterattack and all that stuff. He will get some value, but the fortified churches are so huge. For Lewis? I mean, MBL's a just good resilient player. I don't think there's anything especially crazy. I mean, Hart's taken some losses for sure, but he's got way less idle time because, well, his eco's been under far less pressure. Still, at best, it's an even situation with the villagers. You also have the Bosa upgrade versus Wheelbarrow, but you don't have all that many farms. It's a decent amount of farms. There's the third TC. That is kind of awkward for Heart. He does have Bloodlines and +1 defense, which is nifty. And he is getting more villager kills, but he is losing a lot of army. I guess it doesn't matter because MBL doesn't have many Cav Archers left himself, so I guess it's fine. He does have fewer resources collected. You can see right there. Bodkin just now coming in. Okay, that's actually kind of a misstep from Art. But again, these are small mistakes. They're not going to matter when he did such a good job, whoops, in the early game, getting a huge lead. Brazilian? Well, that's the next plan. Which I think T-West is going to be casting at, so that's going to be really exciting for him. Heavy Plow even coming in. Kind of interesting you're getting it before Wheelbarrow, but what do I know? I am a big noob. Versus CA, I mean, you've got heavy scorpions and siege onagers with full upgrades and spawn towers. So you have options. That said, your skirms don't have the last armor upgrade, so from a pure skirmisher-based perspective, it's not the best. Anyway, MBL needs to get more damage done here, but he simply will not be able to, not with all these defenses. Oh my goodness gracious, mercy me! That is such a disaster here for MBL. I mean, this whole game just feels like he fell irrevocably far behind within a couple minutes. Just look at this food and wood difference. Art's just chilling. He's adding in a 4th TC. Just playing super safe. He knows he has the lead. All he needs to do is not die to raids. 1,000 score ahead. There's Wheelbarrow coming in for him. I mean, I would like to see more than one fortified church, but, you know. I mean, good attack round, but the issue is you have very little offensive power relative to how good your opponent's defenses are. Oop. Oh, come on, come on. Like, we're in a situation where Hart could literally shift-delete his entire army and still be insanely far ahead because he's so well set up defensively and has a huge eco lead. Oh, come on, MB. Come on. Come on. Well, MBL can drop a castle, but I don't see it, guys. +2 defense going to be in here for the skirmies. Like, again, you're literally just running into a brick wall. Even if this castle gets placed, which honestly seems somewhat unlikely, Hart's gonna have his own defensive castle. And indeed, there you go. We can also switch into some Monospas then. So yeah, the game really kind of ended, not ended, but here, MBL just had nothing he could do. He was so far behind in army. I mean, just look at this. He has never been ahead in army since the 3-minute mark. Nope. Hart, you want to deny this castle? No? Okay. Hart's gonna click up to Imp, guys. It is a classic hamster game. Shut up, foxes. Good boy. It's rough, man. Vietnamese were even pick 1. Well, I guess it's versus pick 2, but still. It's not really a Civ thing when you just fall so far behind so early on. Lost building it. Yeah. Anyway, this should be an imp GG. As Vietnamese, the issue is that you're so far behind in resources, right? MBL has been redonkulously far behind in food collected. Anyway, it's going to be 2 castles to 1 castle. Big advantage in the Treb War. Nothing to deal with skirmishers. I guess you have a Mangonel coming in. I mean, I would like if the Monospa were in a bit better position to snipe that, but it really doesn't matter.
Get to us.
Couple knights just being annoying. And hopefully, for all of our sakes, this game will be over right now. There we go. Hart winning with the almighty skirmisher. Yeah, way too far behind was MBL. Any more? Except I would if I was actually casting a big event. Well, like, I did that when I was with T90. Like casting TETL. I'm just not gonna bother here. Without complaining? Well, I mean, complaining is a core part of my character. Yeah, not the start MBL was looking for here. He is going to need to come back swinging. So let's see what's up next. Being silent? I mean, yeah, that's just it's completely a matter of taste. All right, Blue Wells is next. And this is actually Heart's #1 home map that MBL's opting to go for. Weird? No, he got hamstered, man. Hello, Sills. The Timu Nilly. Honestly, I feel like all of the casters are pretty different from one another. Anyway, Dravidians, Japanese, and Armenians are all very good here. I'd personally go with Japanese. And Hart can just go Italians and feel good about that. Unwobble terrain. Glacis is as well, but Glacis is a bit more complicated. Have some similarities. We're probably the most similar casters, but I still feel like we're pretty different. Travis is much more straight and narrow than I am. I'm more of a loosey-goosey goofball. Also, our expertise and analysis are a bit different. Distract from casting? Yeah. Although, again, if I'm casting with somebody else, like, I was, we were pretty focused on day one when we were co-casting all day. Mr. West. They're only going to hire 4 casters, and they're not going to kick anyone off, so... it's just not going to happen. Oh! Huh? MBL's going to be in the red as the Romans. They could kick Nilly out, then Nilly removes their funding. Why aren't we getting the music?
Salve.
Whatever. MBL, red Romans to the east, blue Italians for heart, so we have you versus you 3,000 years ago.
Prontus. Eus.
Nilly and me to be the casters. Well, they're not going to kick Mem out.
Eus.
If for no other reason than the fact that Mem is a popular caster, like, they don't want to have to deal with Mem not being there and the drama that that would cause. Intricate also plays deep fish on a map. Exactly. 2,800 years old, yeah. I was a reference to Attack on Titan, okay? Alright, dock at the back. No dock at the back. The first one? Well, the first several ones were online. Wasn't Mem retiring? No. Mem is definitely not retiring. Yeah, the first 3 were online, I think. Official caster? Oh, I don't remember. Oh, yeah, maybe that was it. Anyway, fishing ship's coming in, and unless this does a lot of damage... Oh, my goodness, guys. Oh, no. Oh, no. Archer's just walking in. MBL is totally open. He wanted to be the one who applies pressure, but, I mean, Hart just quick-walled with archers and counterattacked, and this is why this archer opening is so good. Oh my goodness, I'm ruining AoE again. MBL does have the armor, which makes this a little bit more annoying, but it's not really the end of the world here for Hart. This is so bad. Heart's literally going to click up too. Like, what am I supposed to say? The score is not remotely reflective of how the game is right now. Unless MBL can win water on the outside, then he has a chance. I just don't think it's possible to win water so decisively for anybody in this sort of situation. Like, you need so many ships to be able to take down the docks effectively. Which is just going to favor the guy who's booming more on the water, and that is going to be Hart. That's it. MBL is ahead in resources. Romans are a pretty silly civ, to be fair. Another ship? I don't know. It's like a vibe question. It's a 10% speed increase. So in theory, it would be after fishing ship 9, it would be good. But it also increases carry capacity, which makes the equation much more complicated because extra carry capacity is bad if the fish are right next to your dock because it just delays the amount of time before the resources are dropped off. But it's very good if the fish are further away from the dock when you're just having to make fewer trips. So it's a little hard to judge. The wrong res, is it all wood? Is it all wood? Oh, it's actually wood and food. But the thing is, Hart is up to Castle Age, so he has got the food he needs. That is not going to work. That is all sorts of not going to work, homie.
Salve.
Fishing Lions, crossbowman coming in. Bowsaw, you do need to pick up Bodkin. Come on, Heart. Click the button. No bod? Nah, the bod is OP. It's just kind of trivializing the game. I'm so surprised they haven't nerfed it yet. Oh, wait. Wrong game. Yep! Bowsaw is going to be here. There are 2 Hulks. And he's got medium warships coming in. MBL did take the southern pond. Oh my goodness, that is so painful for him. The score completely flipping in favor of Heart. Oh my goodness, and the dock is over here, and MBL had the galley, and it's not doing anything useful. Oh no. Heart catching right back up in economy. Why is MBL only making galleys, man? Each workshop coming in. Heart only has 8 vills on food, but that's all he needs because he's only making archers. That said, it is going to be tough once MBL gets the skirmishers. It's just MBL can't afford skirmisher upgrades right now. That guy's going down. Heart's killed 5 total villagers, though. MBL has still killed 0. And Heart's just going to add a TC over there. And again, he's just barely spending any food at this point. MBL's own economy is extremely inefficient, and how many times do I say, guys, we're in a situation where the guy who is behind in economy is making skirmishers. Like, seriously, we're at almost, you know, 5% win rate. It's still very early in the day. First series was super fast, remember? Also, Hera brings in another 2k. Dave and Viper and Mem together are like 1600. I bring 120. I'm bringing all the viewers in. Here at Ornlu AoE, we really value quality over quantity. Which is why this stream has been an overall failure on all aspects. Hey, highlighting everything? You're not used to seeing the mouse? Oh. Wait. No way that the vodka is casting without a mouse. Or without a mouse cursor on, right? Is really good. Yeah, but we can't fuel the ego of the Ornlu viewers. It's already gigantic. And the language? Yes, but that's like good, right? We want AoE to be broadcast and popular in as many languages as possible to increase the reach. Anyway, nice job here with the skirms killing the Hulks because, again, that's a thing for some reason. No +2 defense is a big issue, though. Forging coming in for the Hulks. It does help, actually, versus the fire ships quite a lot. Fishing lines now here for Mibbles. Now, the fishing ship numbers overall are quite even, and MBL is doing a good job defending on the outside. So this game is far less over than the last one was. Is as humble as we? Oh, yeah. Wait, scale mail armor? That has to be a misclick, right? Yeah, I think that's a misclick. Hard reading? Is it like reading reports of the fire bombings of Tokyo level hard reading, or like reading Dostoevsky level hard reading? Stuff no one else talks about? Yeah. For better or for worse, that's us. Kafka level? Oh, jeez. Ornlu dating experience level? Oh, no. James Joyce hard? Oh dear. Well, sometimes Ornlu stream does turn into Ornlu a lit review. Have I ever read War and Peace? I did not read War and Peace, no. Because I am not a fan at all of Romance era literature. And I had to read, good Megan will hit there for MBL. He obviously needs several more of those. Which one did I have to read? It was Dostoevsky. Well. Anna Karenina? No, the other one. King Leopold goes for the upbeat vibes. Anyway, Hart gets a kill there. Another 1-for-1. The war in Codpiece. It is actually pretty interesting. Conflict. Yes, Crime and Punishment. Crime and Punishment, that's the one. Yes, MBL is doing his best to win water on the outside. So, like, don't get me wrong. MBL's in a bad spot, especially with the Civ matchup in the late game. He's not dead, though. Last game, he was actually dead. Yes, this is the second set today. The first set was a very sad beating down of the cute and cuddly man. Seems to quite fit in, though. MBL with a forward castle? He has no army! What? What? On what planet is this going to work? Is MBL just, like, throwing in the towel, basically? Again, he's literally no army. I mean, now MBL's super dead, but... I mean... What Kafka's literary style is? Absurdist? Oh my goodness. This is so not... This is not a thing, guys. This is literally the definition of not a thing. Now, the score was kind of bad, but I feel like MBL's position wasn't as bad. I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, Hart saw it coming so far in advance. I mean, now MBL's dead. Absolutely. He's lost 45 hills this game. It's already empty? Yeah. MBL. MB. Almost 2 minutes behind in Castle Age time on an aggressive map like this. Not gonna work. But I mean, it really started with like the men-at-arms, the very resource-intensive opening, running into quick walls, and then the archer opening, the much greedier opening on paper, running literally into undefended villagers. That said, that was Hart's #1 home map, but it was MBL's #2 pick Civ. So MBL's already used his first 2 picks, and Hart's gonna have Burgundians for not I think you play them on Loch Ness? I'm the Viper. No water map? Well, we have a 2/3 chance of getting a water map here. So the odds aren't good, Corey. Oh, but we're going to Hengehold. MBL gonna need to reverse sweep to stay in the tournament. To go buy a lotto. All right, Hengehold Civ, humans and Franks? Franks or Huns. Or even Tadars are not bad. You know, a clippity-cloppity Civ. Set finish? With a very sad time for the cute cuddly man. First game of the day was super good. I'm sure at any moment, any given moment, the game will start. Alrighty, guys, here we go. MBL's final stand. Oh, no. Oh. Well, well, that was weird. MBL lost scout HP, though. That's not ideal. Well, I mean, that obviously evens out. That said, Heart's been able to pick up the double bit axe upgrade. MBL has not been able to do so just yet. Both players have, it feels like, really bad maps. Feels like both are, like, missing some wood line. Anyway, at least the human scout can escape the extra HP Frank scout. Archer and skirmisher are on the way, and it's a stable and archery range here for Heart, so going to be in a very solid setup to just start churning out units. DBA is now in here for MBL, and he is coming in with the stable too, but he has to get a very quick lead. Gonna need to make something happen. That said, we're almost 3 minutes in the game, and MBL's still on his side of the map, and he isn't ahead in terms of units, which does feel like an issue. As Hart is continuing to produce off 2 buildings, MBL struggling, and once again, I feel like there's too many vills on gold, man. Like, Hart has 3 vills on gold, and even that might be too much. Well, I mean, he is the Viper. He literally is the Viper. All right, couple archers and a spearman coming in, but Hart's going to be in a very good spot to defend. I don't even think he's going to lose a Vill. Up. We'll get one. It gets one more poke in. I mean, it's still not great. Oh, hey. Hart also got a kill on the other side. I mean, good quick walls there. But the numbers are looking much better here for Hart when it comes to the useful military units. Got archers now queued up. They do feel inconsistent, don't they? Both players lamed the other's villager trying to take the boar. And they both got a villager kill on the other side. I'm not bald yet. 13 to 12 military. I mean, in theory, MBL should really be climbing ahead. It's 3 production buildings to 2. But he did lose quite a few units with that first initial attack. And now we have 3 mills here in the back, 4 Hart, gathering tons and tons of food. 27 on food to 12. All right, big fight is unfolding here. This is Fletching versus Fletching. No other upgrades yet. Oh, sorry, +1 defense was in for Hart. Oh, that's a really nice pickup. No, that was a better fight for MBL. Catching up a bit in the KD, but resources still looking very strong for Hart. I mean, what's the food collected difference? Already 600 ahead, holy cow, and look at this efficiency. And Hart still actually has too many vills on gold, which is crazy. Like, you just don't need gold. Just go Scout Skirm. Skirms just type Spearman, and your Frank Scouts kill everything else. Market here for MBL, so maybe he doesn't want to stay in feudalization, but Hart's still gonna click up faster. Holy cow, man. I just don't feel like MBL has the execution right now to keep up with Hart. Bloodlines and Forging coming in, but this is basically going to be as soon as the Knights come in, you're just dead. Now, MBL's army is way better right now, but we've seen this before. I think it was ACCM versus Viper, where, yeah, ACCM had way more units, but Viper just got to Castle Age and then just killed him. And even today, we had Sebastian versus ACCM, where ACCM had a ton of Feudal Age units, but it just didn't matter because Knights came out and killed him. And now, you're going to be taking the best possible engagement here as Hart. I mean, he might not even lose this engagement, which is crazy. All those archers are going down. Only 3 of them left. Like, this is literally, like, worst case scenario for MBL. Double stable, double range. It is no bueno for him. And it's just really all the food income from Franks. Oh. Okay, Crossbowman's a little weird. It feels like that's much more counterable than just going Knights. Like, even, you know, Frank stuff aside, it feels like if you were literally any Civ, you would rather have Knights here. Oh my goodness. Castle Age on the way for MBL, and he's adding in another TC, but, I mean, he's literally losing everything. A Knight punch harder? I mean, yes, but it's still much more difficult to deal with Knights than it is crossbowmen in Feudal Age. MBL now with 8 Vills on stone. And, like, his overall resources are okay. Hart's adding in a second TC, but it's really the food income that's the huge issue. Now, Hart has exhausted most of his forage pushes. But it's Age of Timings, right? Like, that is the hamster way. Third stable now coming in. More Knights and Crossbowmen here for Hart. And there's only so much time MBL can buy here. He's still a minute off from Castle Age. An odd matchup? It's a pretty common one on this map. That's it. We do have Bloodlines +1/+1 and what will essentially be free husbandry in for MBL. Again, he's in a bad spot, not a dead spot. There is a big difference. You gotta be careful here as Hart. Good maneuvering from him, though. Castle Age is in. Now, Hart is on 2 TCs as well, so obviously that's all good for him. But MBL's going to be making a bunch of Knights. Yeah, I guess it's fine. MBL's still pretty dead. Just too slow up to Castle Age. Oh my goodness, you definitely can't let that happen. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, gonna try and escape there, I suppose. Every single game won so far, Hart has won in Feudal Age. Alright, more scuffling. Oh my goodness, guys. What is this? Hart able to group up with his armies. Well, yeah, the Castle Age was a direct result of him having the better Feudal Age. MBL down 10 Vills. Can't do anything to launch a counterattack. And again, it's just falling far behind in the resources that matter. Food and wood. Or food and gold. I mean, thus far, Team Vitality have only lost sets. The only set lost by a member of Team Vitality was Hart, and he lost it to another member of Team Vitality. Anyway, if +2 defense was in, maybe we're talking, but it's not. I mean, MBL is on berries now. It's not like he's down a ton in Vills, but he obviously needs to get so much counterattack damage done. And yeah, all Hart needs to do is just not die, which should be pretty easy, honestly. Game better for hamster kind. Quick ball there is good. Universe. Oh. Yeah, this was still never defended. Really disappointing first 2 sets of the day, I gotta say. It really just feels like the strategic players, so to say, are not able to keep up with the execution players.
Alright.
Chain Barding Armor is, of course, a big one, but I'm not too sure what you can accomplish here as MBL. I mean, obviously try, right? Don't throw in the towel when they're, you know, there's like literally your tournament life on the line. Heart's going to have another relic in. Another way to manifest that Castle Age advantage. Well, actually, a little bit of the S word there. He totally knew where those knights were. Yep, tournament life here for MBL. Although having some good games, MBL has not yet won a set. Oh, man. Best set on paper? I mean, it's like the traditional top four is all playing today. Anyway, this is about as good as you could ask for MBL. He's going to clean all that up. That's all getting cleaned up for sure. Like, MBL's still in a really bad way, but I would say it is disingenuous to say he's MB dead right now. Okay, well, that's certainly not ideal. Loses 2 more knights. Ballistics is, of course, going to be huge, and then you're going to get all 5 relics as heart. 3rd TC coming in for him, and he's still able to take all those forage bushes. How many mills has he made? 6 mills this game. And now he might switch into some pikemen as well. Dang Joan campaign because you like making Frank crossbowmen? No husbandry's a little awkward, though, for Hart. Camel is a bit odd as well. MBL selling stone. Ooh. I mean, I kind of get it, because his eco's so fragile. But yeah, look at that. It's the food and gold. That's the huge difference. Hart's macro's also been excellent. 4 relics. Different unit types? It's been alright. It's still very range heavy. Yeah, a lot of these knights are very low HP. Longbows just go no. Well, that's what Tours is for. Tours at least gives you the opportunity to use throwing axemen effectively. Feels like Hart just needs to come in with the forward castle and win the video game. Except longswords? Yep. But I think the general balance of the different unit types is quite good, except for longswords. But, again, MBL has a bad eco, but he's got a lot of knights. They have pretty good upgrades. He needs to pick apart his opponent, but Hart's defense has been really good. That's all gonna die. This is all probably gonna die. I don't really see this working out too well for MBL. Him not having the monastery to heal up the injured knights is a big issue. I don't really get why he's making camels right now when his opponent is making pikemen and crossbowmen. Also, I doubt that would change a whole lot. The issue is actually less longswordsmen in Castle Age and more men-at-arms being really bad in late Feudal Age. There's no longsword power spike in the way that there is with crossbowmen. And even, like, Hart is just getting so much more counterattack damage done anyway. MBL still does have the higher army value. Hart has 5 monks, 5 relics, and MBL just says tap out. Honestly, a really painful series. It felt like MBL never had a chance, though. 2 games, he was up to Castle Age. Look at that, 3 minutes slower to Castle Age. Just doesn't work like that. Here to play his games yesterday? Yep. And MBL is unfortunately out. And that means Hart is all but guaranteed 2nd place, I think? I mean, unless Yo beats Hera, but unless Yo beats Hera, Hart should be getting second place and Yo getting third place. Yeah, we're only halfway done with the day.
Which is really dangerous, and I think Vikings posed a problem for him. He banned that today. Or the only other instance Hart has problems is really, I'd say, against the two players who are same style, slightly better than him, Hera and Leary, who of course are doing really well in this tournament. So,
I am going to get some in a moment.
We'll hear from him soon, but I think Hart can beat anybody.
Yeah,
he's so
dominant.
good.
Dominant performance from Hart. We're going to hear from him. On to you, Riley.
Yes, well, thanks very much, boys. Welcome to the deck here of the HMS Londinium, where we're joined by the victorious player, Hart. Hart, congratulations. A swift and decisive victory. Dave just described your performance as dominant. I imagine you're very happy with how things went down.
Yeah, I think the games went very smoothly. I'm obviously very happy. Relieved as well. I needed to win, I think, to get through. I'm pretty sure the result would get me to the next stage. So, yeah, super relieved.
Well, that was my next question. Is there a sense of relief now? Because obviously, there have been moments of this tournament that haven't gone your way. You've had to scrap pretty hard to get to where you are right now. So there is a sense of relief for you here?
Yeah, it's definitely a hard fought and hard-earned, advance into the next stage. I think I go as second of my group now. Yeah, I think I should go second of my group. So yeah, that's quite nice. I was in the brink of being out, and now I'm second in the group. Yeah, it's very nice.
Well, Nilly, we came into today with more or less every match meaning something. This was a really high-profile match where so much was on the line. Let's have a look at some of the key moments now, and you can talk Hart through some of the stuff that we saw.
Yeah, game one. I think I've seen this multiple, maybe over 100 times. Spearman Skirm by MBL, and you playing Scout Skirm. Was there anything different than in your typical ladder game?
I guess we're used to playing that. I don't know, I just felt like Georgians can match a bit awkwardly against Vietnamese. Potentially the CA can be dangerous, and also their economy. But I think I managed to get a few decent trades in FUELH, and I just made the game go my way from there on. There were
if Yo wins at all versus Hera, he should be Hart should
I was
be
well
third,
protected
but
at some point.
let's
so
be real.
really fine damage, and I think I was just pulling ahead slowly.
Yeah, slowly pulling ahead with night raids like these, right? And then there was the moment where
right,
he decided to build a really aggressive castle. Did you think he was needed to take such a big risk? Was the game so much in your favor?
Well, the score was saying he was dead, but I didn't feel like he was doing that bad. I knew part of the score was because of just suiciding units into my town centers. But I'm not. Yeah, I'm 20 bills ahead here, so yeah, I think he's pretty dead. But I he can still maybe could have tried to outlast with Vietnamese late game, but yeah.
And then we went into Blue Wells. You found quite some damage here with the archers early on. And again, it felt like there was a lot of raids happening. There was some defense. And then again, MBL with some really aggressive castles. Did you feel like he overstepped a bit, or didn't have enough protection? Or what was your thought process when you saw the mass amount of villagers coming your way?
I don't know. I mean, it's MBL. This is part of his his animal playstyle, So I can't really blame him for it. This game I felt like I did so much damage, and the score wasn't reflecting that. So I was confused. Maybe he was fish booming at the back or something really hard, and I just hadn't punished that because I felt like once again FUELH went heavily my way. But yeah, obviously when I see the castles forward, I already had outposts on the front. It was really hard for him to sneak by, and I think Italians just outscaled Romans here, right? So I don't think he could have done much else.
And then after that, we went into game 3, Cumans. Obviously, the civilization, their double archer range opening, and you lost the villager early on. How did you manage to survive here?
Well, I also killed his. He killed my boar villager, and I killed his. And, well, Cumans are very dangerous because of the double archer range opening. I think he was just a bit slow there. I don't know if he got housed in the opening or something, but I feel like he could have maybe put more pressure with the initial archers, and then make the game messy for Franks, and eventually you can try to he gets Bloodlines and Franks just a few extra HP. So I think that's what he was planning for. Just his start was a bit slow. I'm not sure if he got housed or something went wrong, but yeah.
Yeah, and after that we saw you getting in. He's getting the defensive tower up, but still 2 knights back in his economy. You must have felt like this should be your game at this point.
Yeah, how's the real count even? Did he make a second town center in FUELH?
I don't think so.
Right? I'm surprised that Vilcom was even then. Yeah, I felt in control of the game once again. I think the switch into Expo was really good there. Allowed me to like actually take advantage of my faster castle each time. And yeah, once again, the snowballing.
How were your nerves going into the set, right? You said there was so much on the line, loser goes out, and we were like speculating, like because LAN events, you haven't really like had your breakthrough performance yet, right? And if you lost, it would have been another like 7th, 8th performance.
Thank you, Nelly.
No, it's like honestly, we
Just
feel
a statement
like
of fact. What do you want from him? You know.
it just feels like you're on the verge of having like a major semifinal, right?
Yeah, I've been like one game away a few times from getting to the next stage. But no, I wasn't nervous at all. I mean, it's very cozy to play in here. You know, it's quiet. It's nice. It's just a room. It's definitely gonna be different on main stage. Here, I didn't really feel just a little bit of nerves. You know, the usual. Other than that, I was feeling completely fine. Yeah.
It's very interesting because Mem made the observation heading into this match, talking about how so many of the games today were going to be settled based on who felt more comfortable. When the play skill and tactics and that sort of thing are so close in level, a lot of it comes down to your psychological headspace, the mental game that you bring in. You've seemed cool, calm, and collected today, and have got a win as a result from it. So I think that's reflected in what's just happened.
Yeah, for sure. I think the first day I was shaky. I was uncomfortable on my setup here. And then I've been getting, feeling more comfortable and gaining confidence, I think, in my skills again, which is very important. I think when I feel confident, I make good moves. But when I'm like doubting myself, not really thinking that I'm, gonna be able to pull certain things off, I usually start making more mistakes. I get shaky, and I get overwhelmed. So I think, the progression this event has been really good for me.
And you've gained your confidence and feeling, comfortable just in time for us to move to in front of a crowd of hundreds and then perhaps later thousands as well. So
amazing.
Excellent.
Can't wait for that.
Anything else from you, Nelly?
Yeah, obviously. Tomorrow, then the playoff match, likely against Sebastian. What do you think? Best of 7 there in front of the crowd. What's your thoughts right now?
Sebastian's super tough. He's been clapping me a little bit in practice. So yeah, it's going to be a tough match. He's a good friend. Yeah, hopefully we can both show our best AoE and put on a show.
Well, Hart, thanks very much for joining us. Congratulations once again on the win. Looking forward to seeing how you go tomorrow.
Thank you.
Seems like a Viper comeback is the only interesting storyline in this tournament. I think that AoE 2 is going to be devoid of especially interesting long-term storylines, or at least when it comes to the finals. Whoa, jeez.
Generals, swiftly march your armies to Lushi. Heaven has granted us this opportunity. Do not waste it. Spears ready! Now, we fight back!
The great Wuju is above a worthless truce.
When Wuchu's armies plunged into our lands once more, we would be the shield that guarded Song China.
Lost its magic? Yep. Especially since it always ends the same way. Man, I just can't get into AoE 4.
Welcome back to coverage of RedBull Wololo Londinium. Here on the main deck, we are joined by not just Nilly, but Winston Waffles, lead balance designer for Age of Empires 2 and 4. And
I guess they need to kill time. They're literally waffling. All right. On the hour, maybe. Era campaign? I just can't get into AoE 4. Like, maybe it's a me thing. No, that's literally his handle is Winston Waffles. Anyway, it has access to cannon galleon, but not bombard cannons. Shares a unit upgrade or building with exactly one other civ. Has access to fast fire ship. Has a generic barracks state. What does this mean? Any unique or regional units or unique upgrades. Oh, okay. Civ bonus is cavalry. Okay, and belongs to the... It isn't the Mediterranean architecture set, it's the Southern European architecture set! I'm sorry. I got a little angry there, but yeah, Georgians work here for the first one. Which means Armenians also work here. Nope, just 2 Winged Hussar civs. Has access to... I don't know. They're just talking about AoE 4 stuff right now, so... Britons... A generic barrack, stable, archery range, siege, workshop, and dock. So, like... So, like, would, like, Britons work here? Yes, okay. Yeah, sure. Come here. Share is a unit or up Persians. Caravanserai. Poles also would work for sure. Yeah, that was a good way that T West phrased it. Franks. Oh no, Poles have Winged Hussars. Actually, let's put Franks over here. Because these are like all old civs. This can be Lithuanians. No Italians have condos. This could be Sicilians, I think. Yep. Oh, I mean, this can be a ton of civs. Or we can do Byzantines. This was a really interesting one. Yeah, this had to be Georgians, this had to be Armenians. Which meant that this had to be either Sicilians or Spanish. But, well, we haven't gotten to it yet. How's the waffling?
Matchup as we head towards it.
Yeah, absolutely interesting, right? Because it's multiple things. First of all, you're guaranteed to have the semifinals, right?
Yeah, so nobody's getting eliminated anymore. It's really about who gets to skip the set. Definitely look Black African. Man, these kids have to walk a long way. Middle of freaking nowhere. This lady is absolutely tired of somebody's crap. I don't know who it is, but I don't want to be on her bad side. What's Metazua? Marathons? Yeah. Zimbabwe doesn't have Street View. Also, Zimbabwe isn't this deserty, I believe, for the most part. Not that I'm an expert. All right, Namibia. It looked like southern Africa, at least. So, Windhoeks to the north. C25, here's B1. So, like, around here, maybe? Ah, a few miles off. Kept using a white pickup truck. Ah. Where's the Okavango area? Is that... I think this is Botswana. That's where the Okavango is. Like the big floodplain. Ah, yes, here it is. I knew it was somewhere around here. Alrighty. Institute. Oh, no. Oh, no. We're in the Dutch-speaking land. It's Flanders. Anyway, we're in at least a decently sized town. No, we're in Flanders. Ghent. Could be Ghent. Stupid, sexy Flanders? Exactly. Anyway, seems like a nice town. Alright, here's a square of some kind. Next to what is probably a many centuries old church. I don't know my regional flags in Belgium, unfortunately. Is Liège a town? Yep. So, like, somewhere around here. Boom! Boom, shaka, laka. How you like them pomegranates? More waffling?
That was a 3-hour recording process. So I was some of the faces we made, I will admit, if I look serious, is because I was exhausted.
Alright, here's a hide that will hopefully be helpful. Oh no. Oh no. Serbia? Granite apples, interesting. Bosnia, maybe? Montenegro. No, Russia doesn't have street signs in English. So I think it has to be former Yugoslavia. It's not a South Slavic name? Does Bulgaria have any signs in English? I mean, it does look pretty green in Russia-y. That's a word now, by the way. Maybe like northern Kazakhstan, where it's a bit more green and forested. Where are we at? Here we are. Like Ilmen. Yeah. Maybe we're in Ukraine going towards Russia. Oh no, we were in Russia. Okay, it's just interesting that there would be a sign in English. Oh, yes, there is Google Street View in Kazakhstan. Famous person? I don't know about that. Ah, awesome. We just started. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Alrighty, guys. I mean, if this isn't exciting, I don't know what is. This is the AoE 2 El Clasico for the last, what, 8 years, maybe? Alrighty, guys. We're going to be starting on Stone Drift. Leary's going to be in the green as the Armenians to the west, and Viper getting his IRL civ, the Vikings, in the blue to the east. It is a water map to start things off. Viper draft? I didn't look at it. Oh, thanks, Sean.
Time to get wet.
Leary didn't ban for once. Interesting, interesting. Viper Leary sets, I feel, are generally quite good. Much more interesting than Viper Hera sets, in my opinion. I think the more aggressive nature of Leary relative to Hera makes things a bit more interesting with Viper's more greedy style. Yeah, we can take a look at the draft after this game. I wasn't sure how long they'd be waffling. And the repairs are coming in. Leary has the ship numbers advantage to start things off here. Thus far, it doesn't look like either player is particularly interested in investing into the land play, so a little bit of a different approach here. That said, Armenians and Vikings are very much two civs that are perfectly fine playing full water. Top of ours? I suppose that would make sense. Anyway, First Blood does go to Leary. Viper's Fireship is getting some decent damage onto the galleys. It's all about the micro, of course. Viper is defending, but that means Leary's fishing ships are working. Now, he does have one fewer of them than Viper, but overall, it is still going to be more fishing ships, more time. Market coming in here for Mr. Sneck, but Leary's production has simply been better. Basically 90+% stock work rate. This stock's been a little bit lower. Corey with the... the 300 bits, thank you, thank you. Viper is going to try and click up a little bit faster, and I mean, he really has to, because he's been behind in military production. He made one extra fishing ship, which does, well, I mean, it's Viper, right? It's greedy. And he is up. Again, he will be up, and he will be up a little bit faster, but we'll see how much this can really help. Oh, nice snipe there from Leary. Viper is going to react in time for, say, the other fishing ship, but thus far, as expected, the unit control from Leary is on point. Alright, but he's literally up to Castle Age faster. Anyway, Leary will keep those fishing ships safe for now. At the very least, if Viper can deny Leary's own fishing eco, then it's fine. Leary, please don't do that. Fire ships are going to be so good at sniping the docks of Viper, though, and Leary's going to come in with a T-port ship, as the kids say. But yeah, Leary torching the dock right there. Going to force Viper to build another one, but that's where the Viking discount comes in. Leary hate water? I don't think so. Leary doesn't like closed maps. Leary's, I think, fine with water. And obviously Viper is. Good micro there from Viper. Will he be able to escape with that fire ship and get it repaired? Oh man, this is such a great matchup. Repairs are coming in. But the Vills are coming forward. Now remember, Viper is up faster. He has a scout still on his home island. This is how God intended it. Oh, nice kill there from Leary. He's bringing in his galleys to bear. Viper's going to need to recognize it and run away with the villager, or that's going to happen. And here we are. Castle Age is in. Viper needs to recognize what is happening. Oh, I love this. Look at this. In repairing the damaged ships with the forwarding Vills right before they have to build the, the fortified church. You'll love to see it. This is still a great start for Leary, though. Viper's in Castle Age, and he's going to be going for some longboats. And this is where it's kind of unfortunate that Viper has the forward wood lines, but that's how it is. Osaw coming in here for Leary. Viper gets his handcart. Clinker construction. Holy cow, that's a fast university. Leary's getting his own relevant upgrades, though. And Viper looking to make something happen here. Long boots. That's exactly how it is. Leary's still getting his own upgrades as needed, though. The warrior priests are coming out. Siphons, too, for Viper. Whoa. Don't you need to not die on the land, homie? Yeah, it's a church rush. Leary. Well, I mean, yeah, it's very weird to try and get used to. I mean, Viper does have the upgrades advantage, but he doesn't have the numbers advantage, and that's kind of the issue right now. Movement speed advantage is significant for Viper's ships, but I mean, he just doesn't have the units at the moment. Ram coming in as well. I feel like Viper didn't invest enough early on the water. And right now, Leary's taking it to him. Way ahead in resources destroyed. Way ahead in resources collected. Adding in another TC. And I feel like we see this a lot. Not just from Viper, but from a lot of players in Empire Wars, where they go for Castle Age too quick. They're like, okay, we're going to go for minimal army and then click up to Castle Age. And then they just die to the guy who has slightly more army and is only slightly slower to Castle Age. I mean, Viper can micro all day and take, the best fight he possibly can. He just doesn't have enough stuff right now. Market's going to go down. Nice snipe there from Leary. Siege Workshop is coming in, but Viper, I just don't think it was the correct prioritization. Yeah. That's it. Very fast. Hit the wrong button like that, but whatever. I mean, just look at this, guys. Viper at no point in this game had an even army number from Leary once they actually trained their first military unit. Leary just literally made more units than Viper and killed him. So, so much for this being a crazy good marquee matchup, because... Oh, I keep on forgetting to turn the volume back down after I bump it up for the broadcast, or the interviews. What a game. What a game. Let's go ahead and get the draft. Was it even 5 minutes? It was probably around 5 real-life minutes. Oh, man, and that was Leary's last pick versus Viper's second pick. Quality of this tournament? There have been some very good ones and a lot of very mediocre ones. I feel like this is classic Red Bull, where you have a few very good standout games, but the overall body of games isn't all that great. I feel like the sets haven't been very close, except with a few exceptions. All right. There's only one more water map. The rest are, I mean, Henschuld, Rampart, and Stonefront are all somewhat similar aggressive land maps. Hera MBL, yep. Evenly matched? Yes, indeed. All right, they are in the lobby. And Viper is gonna have to put on a better showing here because he just died instantly. Oh, I also have this backwards. Like a pleb. Thankfully, we can swap it around. No idea why they're not starting the next one. What? Looks like there was a map bug. So we're gonna have to try that again. Oh. I thought they were already in the next one. Bag? Yes, a map bug, whatever that means. Alrighty, guys, here we are. Game number 2. Not sure what was up with Leary there. What did he spend his resources on? EBA and a Spearman, but yeah, 8 seconds idle time to start the game, not ideal. Anyway, green Vietnamese to the north, Vipers the blue Italians to the south. Now, this is kind of odd because it feels like Vietnamese are just better than Italians in general. Third pick Civ for each player. There are more water maps, or there's one more water map, I guess, with Dorothy Quarry. And again, it's not like Italians are a bad land civ, but it feels like Vietnamese are just kind of better. Archers on the way for both players. Second range very early for Leary. Viper getting himself a nice egg base. Stable coming in for him, so it's going to be range plus stable versus double range. Padded archer armor as well early for Leary. Social commentary? No! I'm not racist, I swear! Alrighty. Oh, that's going to be a nice denial there for Viper. Well, Phil goes down. The other one will be able to finish it off quickly, but it does delay things. But Viper, perhaps not with the units at home that he needs. His own padded archer armor is coming in, and that's going to help a lot versus, well, everything, really. He's going to get 2 armor or 2 pierce armor on these archers. Ornlu would cancel. So, good archer upgrades for both. Second range coming in for Viper. Neither player really going greedy whatsoever, which is what I want to see from Viper, because last game he tried to go greedy and he just died. 4 archers chasing 2 archers, so Leary knows he has a numbers advantage somewhere else. And that is right here. Oh, this could be really good for Leary. Oh my god, Spearman getting a ton of shots in. Oh no, Viper. Viper! And this is all because Leary knew he had a numbers advantage over here. Hey, where'd the other 2 archers go? I mean, Viper needs to do a massive amount of damage here. Oh, Viper's microing scared. Thanks for the 69 months, McNeely. Viper with a couple kills there. 2 villager kills on each side, but Leary has double the army right now. Viper has no scouts, and it feels like he's still a little bit dead. The yellow color? Because Viper picked blue. And also, yellow-green's a little tough for people. Anyway, it just feels like Leary has the production advantage. Takes the better fights. Well, I mean, I've been casting everything. Oh, man, so many low HP units here. Viper will finally finish that second range. Leary clicks up to Castle Age. I guess Viper, with the power of Italians, is going to be not far behind. But it's like, where on earth is Viper going to be able to get an advantage in this game? Needs to use the market here, guys. One more water map? I mean, he shouldn't have. Leary 200 resources ahead. He also has the wheelbarrow upgrade. 400 more food collected for Leary. Water sieves? Koreans aren't necessarily a water sieve, but yeah. Viper does have 4 sieves that are very good on water. Anyway, Leary's up to Castle Age faster. He's got better eco upgrades. He's got more army. He has every single possible advantage right now in this game. At least all the meaningful ones. He's not full wall, and that could bite him in the butt, as Viper's just walking around with some units, but he has a couple skirms here in the back, so he's probably fine. Gold mining upgrade coming in here for Leary. And again, Vietnamese should just be a better civ than Italians in this setting. Having the better eco is pretty huge. Bases? Yeah. I mean, it's literally only takes one skirm to drive away a gigantic number of archers. Like, it's a good sneak, but it probably won't do anything. At least until Castle Age comes in. But Leary's like... Actually, Leary can't quite afford his upgrade there. He's going to have crossbowmen queued up. We'll likely get Elite Skirmisher as well. But obviously, this counterattack needs to happen for Viper, and it needs to happen big time. Big time. And it looks like Viper's going to wait for his own upgrades, which is going to be very good. Bowsaw coming in. No E-Skirm for Leary. Viper getting his own E-Skirm upgrade, but if you're going to go skirmishers against Vietnamese as Italians, that feels a little weird. Viper going all the way around town. Oh my goodness. Thing is, Viper isn't going to have crossbowmen. Leary does have crossbowmen. Viper's coming in with the University, but he's still on 1 TC. Is on a journey, he really is. Ballistics coming in, you do get that for cheap as Italians. Actually, that's the University coming up at the back for Leary. I mean, obviously Leary's not going to expect this. But this is kind of getting past the time where such a run-by is going to be, like, totally killer. Viper's still waiting. I mean, this is a great display of patience, but... Let's see, Town Watch is in for Leary, so in theory, he's going to be able to react. And he actually has a ton of units at home, so he might lose a couple bills here, but he's still all right, especially since he's going to be on 2 TCs to 1. No ballistics is going to be kind of rough, though. Yeah, perfect reaction. Holy cow. Leary's walking away over there, as he should. Oh, yeah, the Skirm has +2 defense, so I was wondering why I wasn't taking that much damage. I mean, Viper kills 3 vills, but he loses, you know, a lot of archers in the process. Leary's own ballistics is huge, of course. And now it feels like all Leary should be doing is getting Elite Skirmisher. Viper does add a 2nd TC. Siege Workshop coming in for Leary. Again, we're still in the situation where Viper has a lead in every... Or, sorry, Leary has a lead in every meaningful aspect of this game. Again, look at the eco upgrades difference. 77 to 61 pop. Siege Workshop coming in here for Viper, and it's just... As it always feels like when I'm casting the Vitality Trio, it doesn't matter what Viper does because his eco and his macro is behind. Until late game? I mean, yeah, in theory, that's where he would have his best chance. Although, again, it's still an awkward matchup. It's so snowbally, but it's an amazing game mode. It's the best game mode. It's exciting and hype! Use Transit Dad and Leary is not... Well, yeah, that is all the difference. I was being sarcastic. I don't like Empire Wars, and I think that if it wasn't RedBull doing it, then no one would ever use this game mode. Say that as if they would pay me. Anyway, Leary, 50% more military right now. Second Mangonel about to be out for Leary. Where's Viper's? Okay, second Mangonel for Viper is coming forward, so Viper still wants to apply pressure. Asked for Empire Wars? Nilly asked for Empire Wars. Nilly was a huge driving factor behind Empire Wars and RedBull adopting it. Would pay Ornlu, yeah. Okay, this is actually where Leary could be making a tactical blunder. Look at this. He's going to be literally going right towards the Mangonel. And another one's going to pop out for Viper. I mean, this is going to require some Leary-esque micro to not get obliterated here. Well, yeah. Yep. I am once again asking for Mangonels to be with faster projectiles. It's one thing to predict the shots, it's another thing to literally be able to just dodge it after the Mangonel fires. Best for attorney? I'm pretty indifferent to a 9-bill start versus 3-bill start. People really want the 9-bill starts, like, that's okay. Ladder should always be 3-bill start, but I don't care that much. Alright, scale barding armor coming in. Viper trying to add in a few more crossbowmen, but the issue is the Mangonel numbers are now well behind for him. And then Leary immediately... Oh my god. Is Viper gonna tap out? Yep. Yep. Leary's 7% more efficient in eco. It's literally the eco. Like, yeah, Leary's micro is crazy, but it's actually the macro that wins Leary the games. It's the perfect early execution. That was Leary's #1 home map. Home map? No, I don't think that you need to change the Mangonel damage. I just think the projectile speed for the entire Mangonel line should be faster. Yes, so first place gets a bye to the semifinals, whereas second place has to play the round of 6. A long set? I doubt Viper wants to play a long set. Rampart is going to be next. Is this where Viper goes for, like, the Korean Phosphorus type thing? Leary could go Portuguese. Leary could go, really, for any of his civs except Frank's and be fine. It's a mark of skill? Well, the thing is, the Vitality play style, shall we say, is... It's not that they don't have good decision-making or strategic gameplay. They obviously do. But their execution is so good that it invalidates the other aspects of the game. Anyway, Leary's one game away from sweeping the group. Oh, Viper's taken off the sweater. Yeah, I agree. The shaved what? Viper was actually faster in that game than Leary was. It's not really an APM thing. It's just it is a matter of execution. All right, they seem to need a moment, so I'm going to get more coffee. Be right back. Ah, they started! Alright guys, Saracens versus Incas. Oh my goodness, Viper's gonna have everything on a chompy rush. Oh goodness, 1 second. Did I miss anything thrilling? Did I miss some epic high-level excitement? Why is Viper behind in army as the guy going for chompies versus the guy going scouts? Okay, Viper's trying to rush up to Castle Age. But Leary's gonna be hot on his heels. I mean, it's low efficiency there for Lee. I don't think that's the most useful stat at the moment. So this is basically, you know, the Chompy Rush turning into the Eagle Warrior Rush, but... Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Look at the South American lumber camps and mining camps, I just realized. You get the settlement instead of a mill. But no, Incas are still maybe the second best after... on Empire Wars, they're probably the best. Second best over on RM after 2P. The Toopsters. But yeah, I actually think the Chompies are a lot more underwhelming than Eagle Warriors in this, like, triple barracks all-in situation because they're so much more food-heavy. Even with the Inca discount. And the upgrade's also really expensive. Easy scout kill there. Or kills by the scout onto the spearman. Oh, Leary a little bit open there. He's gonna get light cav and chain barding armor and start making knights. 3 seconds. Oh, losing some units there. No, gold is a very easy resource to get in mid-game. It gathers quickly, and you don't really have to put a lot of thought into it. You know, you just put the vills on it. Alright, Viper gonna try and overwhelm Leary here. It is totally possible. Monastery gonna come in too. Monk's gonna be coming out for Viper. Remember, Chompies don't have conversion resistance. Although Chompies are better versus buildings by a lot than Eagles are. Oh, Viper says, I'm taking this fight. Now, Leary has better upgrades. But does Viper have enough numbers? I'm gonna say no. Like I said, this is just worse than doing it with Eagle Warriors. Light colored? I don't know, I think it looks good. But yeah, Leary didn't lose any knights there. Like, that was literally a perfect engagement. The roofs? I mean, looks normal to me. Husbandry coming in. Oh, we're gonna try and go for a monk snipe, perhaps, but is not gonna be successful. Big knight counterattack. Now, Viper, of course, can build outposts with the Chompies. Alright, pikemen are here, but Leary just utilizing that mobility advantage. We'll get a knight converted and snipe the monk, so just gonna trade there. What is that? Leary doesn't have devotion! Oh my goodness. What the heck? Both players on the 1 TC for now. And then Viper gets an insta conversion. Doesn't Leary win this? Oh, it was a charge conversion. I think you're right. But the thing is, Leary's not losing any units. He's killing stuff, and then he's pulling back his weak knights. Still, remember, both players still 1 TC. Viper has a few villager kills, and yet Leary's ahead in resources. It's honestly kind of crazy. They both have the same eco upgrades as well. It's just Leary macro. Chainmail armor coming in now for Viper. But yeah, I mean, it's all still both players stuck on the 1 TC. Leary's going to take that trade any day of the week. Yep. Again, though, this is far more vulnerable to monk play for Viper than Eagles are for Leary. Or, you know, than they would be if this was Aztecs, for instance. Shouldn't Leary win this easily? He's got the high ground, something, Anakin. Yeah. Yepper. Viper just now selling stone. Leary lost, like, what, 2-3 units there? Nerfed? Yes, they did. Wow, that was awful. Look at that difference in eco efficiency. That wasn't great, guys.
shield.
I mean, Viper's still getting second place in the group overall, but... What? Viper's not out? Being better prepared? Well, yeah, I mean, literally he was a last-minute addition. Well, it's like, because we know Viper and Leary have been so evenly matched and competitive in the past, but it just feels like these days, it's so difficult to ever win a single game if you have the worst macro early on than their opponent. Ornlu. All right, one more set today, guys. Hera, yo. Boba Fett, solid choice. Right, let's update the stream title.
Very convincing victory from you. Congratulations. What a week you're having so far. Things are going fantastically.
Yeah, very happy to be here. I feel very good and grateful.
You've seemed very confident. This is something we've sort of touched upon across the weekend, is how people have come
Okay,
and
so
settled into
Viper
the
plays
tournament,
against the
bright
third
lights,
place player in the round of
atmosphere
6,
the land.
and Sebastian
Do you
plays
feel
against
at
the
home at
second
these
place.
events? You've had success in both online and offline tournaments. Is
Oh
this
wow,
sort
look
of
how
an
mirrored
adjustment
this
you
is.
make really easily?
91666619.
Nowadays a bit easier, yes, since I already have a bunch of lands past me. But I love the setups. I just love the zero ping, micro units, all those shenanigans. So it just fits me so well, and I love playing it.
So do you think there are elements of lands that actually play into your natural strengths as a player? So what are the ping? What else?
Yeah, I mean, ping, obviously micro-oriented. Since you have zero ping, it's easier to move units, so you can outplay a bit more. And the faster pace it is, the more it benefits me as well. And all those factors play a huge role, especially if you're playing in the biggest tournament ever in the castle, nerfs are up, you know. Whoever plays more aggressive usually has the easier game plan. So those factors all benefit me.
Well, what about another factor I'd like to get your take on here? As we move into the later stages of this tournament, we begin to have a crowd of hundreds, a crowd of thousands. Some people are going to be put off by that. They're going to be made to feel nervous. Other people get energized by that, and it brings them a lot of motivation. How does that sort of thing affect you?
I think it hypes me up more. I think adrenaline kicks in more. You're more hyped. You feel more the moment. I think it's just something we all live for, every player. So it's going to be hyped.
It's fantastic to see that element of gameplay come out from some players, the confidence, the energy, the momentum. It's been a joy to watch you playing so far. I can't wait to see what happens come these bigger matches in front of a crowd.
Appreciate it.
Dave, we'll turn our attention now to the highlights. If you want to talk us through some of these key moments, we can maybe put some questions to Larry as to what happened during this relatively swift 3-0 affair.
Yeah, I mean, some really quick games, and I think the focus of these games is just how many fights there were early, how much aggression there was early. Going into Stone Drift here, you expected him to have the Vikings. I think that's pretty clear. You picked the Armenians, and then you got this excellent landing, and I think you were a little bit fortunate. Both of his golds were over here, so he couldn't get anything. But did you expect the game to play out like this? Were you a little bit nervous about getting your villagers over to his side in time?
I wasn't sure about the opening. I think he added fish, so I got the initiative. And my plan was always land in the beginning, since that's their Armenian bonus they have over Vikings. If we both just play fully water, he wins, because he's better Navy. So I had to mix it up a little bit, but yeah, I played out very well. I played a bit greedy, and then I could just punish that.
And that was a quick game, so we're right into the second one. Italians, was that surprising for you?
Yes, a little bit. I mean, once I saw it, it made sense. Armor and archers, he wanted to be aggressive on me. I think the first engagement went in my favor since he chased the 4 archers, my 2 archers.
You denied the archer range for
Yeah,
about
that was
10
obviously
minutes.
huge. Yeah, and at that point it's just playing not to lose anymore and just holding my advantage.
You had some really good engagements. I think you'll see Viper come in here. He actually waited until he had ballistics and crossbow.
Smart.
And you noticed that so quick. How did you notice that so fast?
I made Town Watch. I thought there might be some sneak archers around. You know, we played each other a bunch of times. And it's just a feeling you get. If there's something off, you know, it's too calm. Like he has to do something, but it's too calm. Nothing is happening. I don't see anything forward. So it's just a gut feeling. And
I think that's an excellent part of your game. Doesn't get enough recognition. Just your awareness of raids coming in at the back, and then this moment right here, 2 mangonels from Viper. Do you get nervous when you start splitting into the mangonels, or do you get excited?
I think I'm more excited. Maybe I shouldn't get that excited, but
because you're a maniac.
Basically, yeah. At that point, I was already trapped. You know, there were skirms behind me, mangonels in front of me, so I'd rather choose the mangonels.
And then, of course, he resigns quite early there. He didn't think he could do it against Vietnamese, I guess, with Italians losing his whole army. And you go on to Rampart. We haven't seen this map yet. Don't know if you've practiced it that much. Saracen scouts against the champions. How did that feel?
Pretty decent. I played against the Jamskis a bunch of times, believe it or not. Yeah. And I think mobility kills them on this map, especially. Lots of hills to play around, and the more mobility you have, the better fights you take. It got a bit scary when you reach castle age faster than me, but I was quick to catch up, and I always had the game under my control since all the scouts and mobility, so.
Well, you still had to be nervous. I mean, if a couple conversions go his way, if he gets that mass, he can just kind of roll over you. But you took some really, really good fights, and that market's always there. Comforting little force to back you up, right?
Yeah. Actually, yeah, I mean, I should never take a fight downhill, right? So I always have the hill advantage, and eventually I choose when to fight, not him. Yeah. Especially with the army mass I have going. So I always heal up as well, so could have worked, but I think I played the right strategy and the right counter.
Well, Viper's played pretty well so far in this tournament, despite the maybe lack of preparation for him because it was such short notice coming in here. And you just made it look easy. That was that might have been the quickest set of the day. And we've had 2 quick ones heading into this. How does that make you feel knowing that, you know, in the past, Viper kind of had your number, he had everyone's number. And now this day and age, you go into a set and you just easily 3-0.
I think in Empire Wars, it's very easy to look worse than you actually are. Yeah. You know, one fight goes the other way, it's just completely donezo. And I think we saw it in this series, especially the first couple of fights always went in my favor, and then it just snowballed from there. And at this level, you can't really afford a single fight going the enemy's way, otherwise you're just cooked. It obviously feels great. I mean, I've had the group stage run of my life so far, and this is the biggest tournament of my life. And but I'm not done yet, so there's still plenty to go. So. Feeling good.
I gotta ask you, how did the keyboard perform?
I might take it with me. No, I mean, there was a small incident. Not sure if you already told it, but...
well, we can bring the viewers up to speed if you want. We'll leave it to you to tell the story, Larry. You tell it however you want, my friend.
Basically, I spilled water over my keyboard right before the set. There was...
Now, was that on purpose, or is that did you think that was?
I was like going back and forth. I think I already have 5 kilometers in the room, just running in circles.
Yeah.
That was right when the finish, the last series finished, and I didn't know what to do. You know, I checked everyone else's keyboard. Maybe I can borrow some. All the others have better keyboards, but they're way smaller, so I can't play on those. And then I saw Puppy Paw's keyboard, and I wanted to ask him. He's nowhere to be seen. He disappeared. He was like a ghost. And I was like, I can't take it without asking, but I have to take it. What do I do? What do I do? Maybe I play with a different keyboard. Thank God he reached out in the last second. It's fine with him. Huge shout out to Puppy Paw. And yeah, it's the same keyboard, just a bit, I think, even newer.
What are you going to do going forward? Hope he gets eliminated early?
Nah, I think they are already ordering me a new one.
Oh, well, must be nice.
I'll get a new one.
That's
so, yeah.
Yeah, or they're just going to go down to the local tech shop and you're playing with one of those, you know, the really basic ones.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure I'm just going to give him the new one, and if he wants to trade his old one for my new one, I'm down with that.
Oh, that's a good deal for everyone. Well, look,
I'm very thankful for them. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here right now, probably. So.
Even on the slightly unfamiliar hardware, you still managed to excel yourself. Leary, congratulations, mate. Before we let you go, what does your preparation look like before tomorrow? Even if it's not actual gameplay or you know, just the final, semi-final stage. What sort of stuff do you think you have to do to prepare yourself for this next great big step up with the live audience, the new venues? You know, what are you going to do to prepare for that?
I mean, so far we've had a bootcamp for Team Vitality, which was obviously great. Helped a lot. Like they just covered everything, and we could just focus on the gaming. For tomorrow or no Sunday, I believe semifinals are. I'm just gonna look at the drafts, prepare, maybe look into my opponents, since it's gonna be decided tomorrow, and then just take it from there. So far, everything I've done worked, so I'm gonna continue doing that.
Fantastic. Sounds like you're in a great headspace. You've looked very comfortable all week. Congratulations, Leary. Once again, thanks for joining us.
No, I'm just browsing Reddit. Ordering shoes? Nah, I got shoes last year. Do I look like a man who has more than one pair of shoes that I use for everything? Well, okay, so I have the shoes that I wear for everything. I have like running shoes for, you know, doing athletic-y stuff. I have dress shoes, and I have flip-flops. Oh, I also have some Sperry's, but I don't really ever wear those. Oh, I have boots, yeah, but I don't usually wear them because I don't go out much in winter these days. Work every day, smart, casual, and gym. I have my gym shoes, I have dress shoes, and then I have my smart, casual shoes kind of double as each other. If not really. No cowboy boots? I am not a cowboy, in case you did not notice. Like, if I had more occasions to get different type of shoes, I would. Just like I'd have more dress clothes if I had more occasion to do that. The south? It's actually the southwest. Let me, up a little bit. Wellingtons? I don't really need them. Why are you not popping up as you should? No. No. Still no. Yes. There we go. Fan fiction. Oh, what the heck? How did I just do this? Guys, I have no idea how I just have, like, 2 tabs open at once like this. No, Hera's not already top of the group. If Yo wins, Hera is not top. Because Yo would be +3 at least, and Hera would be -1 at least. How do I drag it away? Separate views. There we go.
Three of the players that got 3-0 today, their strengths lie more in the late game. Or maybe the castle age, right? Later on, transitioning into the later stages of that game. And they're just getting dominated in the early stages. They can't even get anything going. Viper, losing all the fights against Leary really, really early. He gets to Castle Age, and Leary's still outmassing him. He's still taking really good fights against him. ACCM getting dominated by Sebastian in the same way, right? MBL getting smothered by Hart early. And they just don't have those opportunities to play into their strengths. So I think going forward, some of those players like Viper, who's still in it, will need to focus on trying to stay alive.
Man, is it just me or have there been a lot of really one-sided series? Sebastian, Hera, and Yo Hart were all 3-2s, so I guess that's 3 3-2s. 4 3-0s. And 3 3-1s. So I guess it's actually been a pretty even split. I guess that the thing with the 3-0s is that it's always the people that you expect doing the 3-0s. 5, yeah, basically. At least in Empire Wars. I guess we can finish our GeoGuessr. This is definitely Europe somewhere. Yeah, Yo played Mapuche in the last set, but they didn't look very good. But also, it was on a water map, and he lost water in instantly. Apli. I'm afraid I don't know that gas company. Well, they can be evenly matched. It just depends on the game mode. They're just not evenly matched, it seems, in Empire Wars. Yep. Hi, yeah. Okay, this is the Baltics. This is the Baltics. And LV is Latvia. GeoGuessr edition. I've been playing GeoGuessr actually ever since I first started streaming. One of my very first viewers introduced it to me. Oh, there's Lipeia. Oh, we were like right on the coast. A9. Where's Pampali? That's meters. T-West is going by himself. Has T-West ever been invited to an event that he didn't pay his own way there? Or at least pay for his flights? I mean, I think that's going to be the case for... The Garrison? No, he had to go his own way there, I think. I know, running out of time. I guess we were further over here. Of the show? What show? This is just them waffling right now? Lots of waffle all the time? About to start? They're not in the lobby. And LATAM. Guys, we were doing way too well for ourselves. Corgi videos? My parents are the ones who watch the most Corgi videos, and usually that's on Facebook. Yeah, well, I don't see everything yellow tinted, so I don't think it could be Mexico. If it doesn't have a sepia filter, it's not my real Mexico. Indeed, there was some Poyo there. .al? Maybe that's not... I don't... AL is... There's a code for Sinalola. Did it say Sinalola on the sign? I literally wasn't even reading. Wow. Well. Clearly I am blind. Yeah, Sinaloa is West Coast. Okay, well, it could be way worse. Could be way worse. Also, Sinaloa is like one of the very rough cartel places. Okay, this is one of my best geoguessers ever, though. 24,000. We did darn well. Can't complain there. Are we in the lobby yet? Are we waffling?
I think I shed a tear.
Well, look, that's these are the memories. These are the moments that are generated by this incredible tournament series, and it'll be interesting to see what memories we take away from this event as well.
Guess the continent? Unfortunately, no. Although, when I see Europeans, their knowledge of geography of not Europe isn't great. I've been thoroughly unimpressed with Europeans' geography knowledge of both Africa and Asia. So really, when they say, oh, Americans are bad at geography, which they are, they're bad at the geography of Europe, which isn't where they live. And Europeans saying they're so superior in geography really just depends. It's like, oh yeah, we know Europe, which is where we're from. We're watching right now. Well, I mean, yeah, it's literally their job. Maptap.gg. Rotating the globe. Okay. Oh! Okay. Sacramento should be like right around here. 52 kilometers. Not bad, not bad. %, US. Oh, it's way lower than 40%. To Indianapolis. Boom. Do I live here? No, I unfortunately live too close. Boom. The tour. This one will be not as good. Oh, it's a bit further north. Mohenjo-Daro, oh boy. Tour isn't in Joan of Arc. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I thought it was Southwest Pakistan. Easy peasy peasy. All right, are we in a lobby? We are in a lobby. Oh, it's been bad today. Alright, so Stonefront game number 1. Any crazy civs here other than Mapuche? I don't think so. All very normal stuff. But Yo picking 2 water maps. That's pretty surprising. Hera with 2 aggressive maps with Glacis and Dorothy Quarry. And Stonefront in a similar vein at the very least. But yeah, Hera could easily be opening humans here. Yo, I mean, it's really, to me, going to be where the heck do you play Mapuche? Because Vikings for Stone Drift, Portuguese for Loch Ness, and then Dorothy Quarry, Glacis, and Stonefront. That's where you pick the rest of the subs. Hera has a lot of flexibility. Wei and Saracens can be played in a lot of different spots. Tadars are for Dorothy Quarry, that's no question there. I think Ethiopians would be a great Stonefront civ. Or Glacis civ. Yeah, there's a fair amount of flexibility in Hera's draft. But I do like Yo's draft too. A sweep on the day, yeah. For Mapuche? Maybe. Alrighty, guys, here we go. Last set of the day. Let me go ahead and start set up the scoreboard. The game is over. Hera's missing a Vil. Well, guys, Hera resigned. No sweeps today, unless Yo sweeps Hera. Hera's washed. All right, we are back in the lobby. Hello, little corgi. All right, guys, here we are, and Yo is gonna be rocking the Mapuche. Wait, what are these Vils doing? What the heck? All right, Yo's coming in with a plan. That is for darn sure. Hera's gonna be the blue way here to the east. It's such a Hera civ, man. Great eco, good archer, and good cav options. Shouldn't this just be bad? Like, I'm not joking, guys. This feels like it's probably just bad for Yo. Mari. Guys, have you ever been as Mari as Yo's been right now? Like, if I'm Hera, I'm just sitting back and just clicking up to Castle Age with an enormous eco lead. Hera already sending units around the side. Gotta love the South American lumber camps and mining camp. One Mari, you only feel a single Mari right now. Horse collar coming in for Yo. No double bit axe. Okay, there it is. Now remember, you do have the forager bonus for Mapuche, which is still going to be solid. And forgotten on the stove. But like, I mean, I guess he just had to wall earlier on, but this feels so wasteful compared to, you know, this. Or even better, this. Anyway, Hera's literally just going to walk across the map with 4 archers with fletching, and, like, I have no idea what Yo's going to do to stop this. He's got a skirmisher coming out from his settlement, but that's going to take a while. I really have no idea. With the Dark Age start, I feel like most maps would be more interesting with the Dark Age start, as we were getting 160% completion. Oh my goodness, this skirmisher is going... It's becoming too powerful. It's too dangerous to be kept alive. Anyway, Hera's going to click up the Castle Age first. Every single time we see somebody go... like, try and rush up to Castle Age or wall in Castle Age, and the other guy just goes for, like, a few archers, and then clicks up to Castle Age, they have a huge advantage, and this is no exception. Hera's already 300 resources allowed. You do get extra HP on your trash unit, says the Mapuche, remember. Looks like Yo lost the Chompy somewhere as well. Second range for Hera. And looks like Yo wants to go for his Kokonas. I guess that guy goes down. Hera was going to get the stone shaft or stone mining upgrade as well. Opted not to. I'm kind of surprised. I mean, there's no reason not to. Because Hera has made 1 tile of wall. Yo spent so much of his initial eco walling the top of his base that isn't even walled right now. Yeah, you'd think it'd be worth getting for the Vil. Especially since Hera is not struggling for resources or anything like that. Also, I mean, I know it's a new unit, but the Konas should be very bad against Haeguang Cav. Now, does Hera know that? I have no idea. I don't know how much Hera's messed around with Konas. Considering how much he plays, I would imagine he should know the interaction. Jam Vanderloop with the 86 months. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, I mean, should just be good old Bod Crosaw on the way. And win. Yeah. Again, the resources collected's already getting absurd in favor of Hera. I mean, I think he wants to go for the Kona Bolas Rider combo, but just like in the game versus Heart, it doesn't matter what you do because your eco is so far behind. Your army's numbers are so far behind. Oh, hey. Forgot about those archers. Yes, very well done, Hera. Yo needs the castle yesterday. Eat Tiger, but get eaten by Haeguang? Yeah, that should be the case. No, Tiger Cav should die to Konas. Konas do a lot more damage than the Tiger Cav do. I honestly don't know what to tell you guys. This is just... Hera's not losing anything. There's no downside to his build at all. not so Mari. Like, I don't know if this is Wei aren't good or Yo's strategy. Okay, Konas are going to clean up all those archers. And I mean, Hera needs to not throw away his units. Like, you don't want to do that. That said, Hera's eco is so good that it probably doesn't matter anyway. Like, Yo's eco is so far behind that, like, nothing he does is going to win the game. Crossbowmen on top of the Konas. Skirmishers by the Mangonels is not what you want as Yo. Now, we do have Yo trying to launch a counterattack. But yeah, Hera literally not walling until he absolutely needs to, and then the quick walls are perfect, so it actually doesn't matter that he wasn't walled whatsoever, because he is as soon as he needs to. Trying some. Oh, yeah, like, I get what Yo is trying to do, I just don't think it works in Empire Wars. Like I said, I don't think I... Oh, okay, this is actually very good from Yo. Hera is out of position. Again, insert the it doesn't matter because Hera's eco is so far ahead. But with that said, that's a very good fight from Yo. Some Bolas riders. I guess just to counter the Haeguang Cav. I really feel like today is exposing why Empire Wars isn't the best game mode. Anyway, +1 defense going to be huge, of course, for those Haeguang Cav. Yo's going to try and TC up here to the north. Hera is getting a monk already here, though. Or the maps? I think the maps are actually quite good this go-around. Like, I would have zero problem with Stonefront if it was just a regular RM map. It's definitely an Empire Wars thing. I mean, Hera's 3,000 resources ahead. Yo's going up to 3 TCs, and he's killed a few Vils, which is, you know, not bad, but it's just not enough. At least I don't think so. Would have the... Oh, yeah, that's why I'm saying I do think it is an Empire Wars thing and not a map thing. Because if this map was Arabia or Golden Rush, my favorite map. You know, and it would actually be even worse as Empire Wars closed maps is literally awful. All you can do is like light cab into boom on anything resembling a closed map. Yo's trying to rate it up. And I'm like, credit to Yo for playing Mapuche here. Are seldomly decided in Dark Age? Yes. They can be, but it's rare, which is exactly what you'd expect. At least Mapuche are fun. Alright, Hera's going to come in with the castle drop here. Don't really think there should be a whole lot to stop this. Good old John Bay. Remember, it's ballistics v no ballistics. Sad Mari noises. getting the other hill? What other hill? You mean this area? It's a hill. It's just a rocky area. And Yo doesn't have the resources, right? +2 defense for the ranged units coming in. Bolas are nice. The thing with Bolas versus the Tiger Cav is that Tiger Cav have a lot of pierce armor, and Bolas, you think of Bolas riders as Cav archers that are slightly better against cavalry and slightly worse against not cavalry. It's, I think, just a good way of thinking about the unit. Also, they require fewer upgrades, because you don't need bloodlines and husbandry for them. Which is fine. Like, I have zero problems with the Bolas rider as a unit, but it's not anything too crazy. Again, I like Mapuche. I think they're a really fun civ. They're, like, really unique.
Tim?
Like, this could be a good fight for Yo. Possibly. Now, Malon would be huge here. A little bit of that slowdown as well. Which, again, is... Slowdown, in general, I hate, but it's very minor. Yeah, Hera's just going to click up to imp and win the game because, like, literally every game, it feels like today, the hamster player is so far ahead in resources early on that it doesn't matter what the other guy does because he has no eco. Like, have you guys played much with Mapuche? Like, they are genuinely a super fun civ. Also, they say Mari Mari, which is objectively one of the best voice lines. It's like you're kind of like Byzantines and Incas with all the counter units. You don't have the efficiency of Incas with your counter units, but you do have some more power units with your Bolas Riders and Konas. Oh yeah, like I said, this game was basically decided when Yo went for all of those early walls, and then Hera still got in, did damage, and got up to Castle Age faster. Yeah. Being fast? Yep. Well, it doesn't give you time to wall up, is the issue. Which is the design, right? They want the Empire War games to be aggressive. Like, for people who want aggressive games, this is what aggressive games look like. Somebody trying to take the early lead and snowball it. Like, that's just literally how aggressive works. It isn't just walls. I mean, it's walls plus base layout plus the lack of strategic diversity in your openings. And I think this game is a great example of why we don't have strategic diversity. You can do so little investment. Like, so long as you invest a bit into army, you can still get a great castle age time no matter what. And I'm a little surprised Hera isn't just clicking up to Imperial Age. I think Hera really is making sure he's not falling behind in map control just to be extra safe. That's fine. I mean, again, Hera can do literally whatever he wants. Okay, maybe not delete his entire base and all of his villagers, but, you know, short of that. Anyway, literally nothing here kills Tiger Cav. Yo also has no gold income. Not great. Yeah, Tiger Cav. I mean, they're slower than the Bolas Riders. And they also, you know, can get affected by the snare, but they just do a ton of damage to them, as you would expect. 9,000 resources ahead for Hera. It's like, can you imagine starting a game with 9,000 more resources than your opponent? Good old Malon. Great upgrade. Way too far behind. To GG? I hope so, for all of our sakes. Hera can literally delete his entire army and still win the game. I'm not even joking. Actually, not only would he win the game, he would still win the game extremely easily. Look at all that Kona damage. This way. Oh, I mean, it's really disappointing, right? Because we don't get to see the interesting dynamics of the Sif matchup because Yo's just dead from, like, basically the gun. It's like, you know, I want this to be a compelling and interesting and dynamic game. It just isn't. Mapuche losing to the Way. Alright. I'll be right back, guys. Hopefully we'll get into game number 2 shortly. Ah, okay, they started. My bad. All right, Saracens for Hera to the west, and the Huns for Yo to the east. We need 2 times the standard resources to click up to Feudal Age. Get ready for Drushin. Get ready for lots of militia fighting. Alright, market coming in here for Hera. Yo does like his Huns on this map, and they're not bad. Saracen's going to be very good. I mean, Saracens are always a good civ in Empire Wars due to them not worrying about their bad Dark Age. But yeah, I think Dave mentioned it earlier. Uberdrush, yes. Oh, they call him Stonewall Yo. I don't know, guys. What did Dave say? Oh yeah, I should probably finish my thought. That every case today was the more late game oriented player, the more strategic player, losing to the more aggressive execution player because they just couldn't survive past Feudal Age without taking huge losses. Eightville Castle Age start? That'd be a lot of Monk Siege. Anyway, this works if you're also up to Castle Age faster, which Yo is not. Which, I mean, he's against Saracens, what do you expect? But, well, I mean, Hera could use his Saracen archers as he was derping around there. He keeps on trying to get into Yo's base, but does not realize that he is fully walled. Oh, okay, this is good from Yo. Okay, this is very good from Yo, actually. Alright. That is an important win for Yo. And Hera can't counterattack in the way he wants to. Yeah. That is the sort of thing you need to do if you aren't up to Castle Age faster, is you need to hit your opponent's eco. Yo is getting his Fisky Mothers down. Hera coming in with his own dock. Now, neither player knows about the other's dock. And I do think it's interesting that Hera isn't just punching through the walls with the Saracen archers. Yeah, literally there's a 500 HP wall piece here that Hera could just attack with his archers. Honestly, pretty surprised he's not doing that. There's no way Hera wouldn't consider the Saracen archer bonus, right? He's the only civ that can reasonably punch through with his archers, and he isn't doing it. Alright, stable and a second range for Yo. My concern with this is that it's not going to be very good for attacking or booming. Unit exists? Yeah, but if Hera's paying attention, it'll just shoot it down. It dies really quickly. Anyway, Hera adds a second TC immediately, and I just worry that Yo isn't going to be able to do that, and he's going to once again be in the classic position of the guy behind an eco making skirmishers. Now, he is ahead in resources right now, so he isn't, like, behind yet. Okay, so he is going for Cav Archers. Looks like Yo does have Town Watch. Okay, good reaction there from Yo. Skirmishers need to be brought to bear. Yo doesn't accidentally ungarrison or have the gather point rather set out in front of the archery range where they would die immediately. This is a problem. Hello, Mr. Stroker of Goats. Okay, Hera's getting everything done he needs to and more. Uh-huh. Oh, boy. Hello, Luffy. Horse Collar coming in for Hera. Yo is starting his own CA production, and Hera has lost his crossbowman. Hulk is here. Now, Fire Ship coming in, and now both players are going to have to balance that land plus water play. Yo deleting the weakened pile of Stonewall, and is now going to try and go in for a counterattack with his CA. And like I said, Hera really isn't well defended for this. Oh yeah, like this game isn't over in the slightest. Yo's on 1 TC, though. Ooh, Nessie! What's up, Nessie? Bye, Nessie. Like, this is obviously very bad for Hera. No, it's Nessie. Third TC now coming in here for blue, and I mean, literally what's Hera doing? He isn't making army. All right, TC coming in. Older than Hecturnus? No. Ballistics? He's opting for the second TC instead, which I don't necessarily hate. Oh, wow. Very clandestine woodline. Okay, this game, I just don't get what Hera's doing. I really, truly don't. Yeah, the Sea of Worms is specifically the Sea of Jormungandr. Alright, there's Ballistics and Leather Archer Armor coming in. But, like, why isn't Hera making a Siege Workshop and some Scorpions? A university? Huh? Okay, well that's gonna be a nice couple snipes. Fast him? No, Hera's nowhere near Imperial Age. You must be careful though. It's Ballistics and no Ballistics, but that doesn't matter if Hera just walks in and kills all the CA. He does have more units incoming. Yo does get the snipe over there. But this is the first time that Hera's eco has been well behind his opponents. He's going to try and get Ballistics, and he will. Oh, no, it isn't paying off, though. He's only 3 bills ahead with a way less efficient economy. No, what? Well, yeah, I'm sure he does, but it's going to be almost impossible to know that there's a woodline over here, especially when you also have to consider the Saracen market. I don't know why Hera was trying to pursue there. It's definitely a mistake. Yeah, I mean, Yo looking good. Yo is everything except Thumbring, I think. Yep. Those bills, at least another one's gonna die right there. Siege Workshop coming in from Yo. Guys, we might not have a sweep. Hera feels pretty dead. I really think Hera just so underreacted to Yo. It was so strange. Like, I don't know why he didn't just punch through the stone walls with his archers. I didn't know why, upon all those archers dying and getting good counterattack damage done, Hera didn't just add a siege workshop and make some scorpions. Now, the population for Hera is still okay, so it's not like the game is over. But another TC? It's like, huh? Yeah, Hera's downloading more RAM. Or, sorry, Yo's downloading more RAM, my bad. Yeah, Hera needs a castle. Those vills are gonna die. I mean, I guess those are efficient fights. A stable's on the way. Alright, Hera's trying to Vil fight there. Obviously, that's not going to go very well. Well, actually, maybe I'm wrong. Another Mangonel's halfway done. Cav archers are running around the back. And Hera's going to drop a castle right there. What the heck? Mangonel's, like, literally going to pop out and possibly crush everything, though. Or not. Yo gonna come in with the forward castle. Yeah, Hera's dead, guys. Super dead. Yeah, I hate to say it, but Hera just didn't play this one very well strategically. The decision-making was not on point, and Yo punished him like crazy. I mean, it doesn't matter. Hera lost all his vills. I mean, yeah, but Yo played this one well. Yeah, no sweep today. Oh, whoops. I don't know why that reset, but yeah. Very strange from Hera, but yeah, no all sweeps today. No sweeps? No, they're literally 1-1. There can't be all sweeps. And that was Hera's #1 Civ pick, too. But, like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Hera's gonna have to play at a higher level than that, decision-making-wise, if he wants to beat Yo. Like, I think Yo just strategically, Civ-wise, wasn't ever gonna swing game #1, but that was just so bizarre. Hera AI play for him? No, it's just Hera didn't have the decision-making that he normally does. Or full water. But he had the scouting, which was the crazy thing. He saw the 2 ranges. He knew his opponent didn't have much, just a few skirmishers. And he's Huns. I mean, yeah, like, Illyria lost a game, right? To Sebastian. Even though Hera's the better player, You just lose AoE games sometimes. You know, sometimes things don't go your way. So, let's see what's next. Dorothy Quarry. Certainly a map Hera can win decisively. It's a very good map to win in Feudal Age. It's just so hard to defend. But I will say, that game, both players got to Castle Age, and neither had a decisive lead. And Hera lost. Now, it wasn't, like, completely one-sided, but it was very strange. All right, Tadar sounds. And here we go, guys. Game number 3. We are all tied up. Dropped the last one in somewhat surprising fashion. It'll be Hera as the blue Tadars to the southwest. And to the northeast, in the red, as the Magyars, it will be Yo. Both these civs very strong on this map. Tadars, like, this is a map designed for Tadars. It's open and there's a ton of hills. And Tadars don't mind skipping Dark Age all that much because you still get some hurtables under your TC. That said, Magyars are always going to be dangerous. Yo is here with his scooter bug. Don't think he's going to even try and go for that villager so close to the town center. Hera gets the first hit, and it's a downhill hit. Waiting. You know what? Waiting? I will not watch this game until Kuri is ready to go. He says, wait, we're waiting. Now we have Sweater. I kid. Waiting. Oh, Harrisville's exposed. Gets the kill there. An anchor. I think it works as an anchor and it works as a sweater. I can see both. Anyway, Bloodlines is coming in here for Mr. Yo. I mean, good solid opening from him. Nothing too fancy about it for either way. Actually, this is kind of the opposite, right? Instead of it being Hera with the aggression and the unit control, so he has a super efficient economy at home, this is Hera investing very early into walls and Hera being inefficient. Like, walling is inherently inefficient, especially early on. But Hera saying, I'll take that inefficiency to have the positive that I am safe. Which is, again, it's a fair decision to make most of the time, but not one we see very often from Hera specifically. And Yo, not bothered. He sees that Hera's playing passive, isn't bothered walling himself. He has no vills on gold, and he's going double stable scouts. Grappling hook. Yeah, I like Sweater the best, to be honest. Alright, Yo loses a random spearman there. But yeah, I mean, look at this eco inefficiency for Hera. It's just not something we see very often from him. Hera has no upgrades on his scouts versus Bloodlines and the free forging, of course. Now, Hera's going to click up, though. Defensive tower in a good spot. That said, this tower, so long as it's out of range of the TC and the tower of Hera, which it very clearly is, that is going to be very dangerous, and it gives Yo the opportunity to add in the fishing ship, so we can't say that this is bad defensive play from Hera, because it certainly isn't, but he needs to be careful. Anyway, those quick walls are certainly essential. What? The TC range is that? Oh, no. Oh, I think you go for it. Oh, my God. Yo is going. That is... Hera. Wow. Sometimes you gotta make like a rodent and go for it. I mean, the the gumption, shall we say, to go for that right there. Absolutely crazy. Was that worth it? Yes. Hera's on 35 vills to 48. Yo's grabbing scale barding armor. And even if Hera gets Castle Age, it's actually going to be a little bit tricky, I think, against all those scouts. Teach those tricks at hamstering school. Now, the game isn't over. Not at all. Is Hera going to try and quick wall that? He has to, right? Yeah. Absolutely has to. And Castle Age is in. Great control there from Hera. Up. Beautiful control, actually, there from Hera. And now the CA production has started, but obviously Hera's gold income is a disaster. One would even call it a sudden disaster. Anyway, Yo shouldn't be too far from clicking up. Hera is at least gathering gold there in the back, but still, he's on one Cav Archer at the moment. Wow, guys, I'm so happy we're actually getting an interesting series today. I thought the series that might look like this would be Viper versus Leary, but obviously that one didn't pan out. Yeah, Yo's on his way up. And Hera cannot afford Husbandry. And because he can't afford Husbandry, it's going to be a very significant speed difference between the Scout Cavalry and the Cav Archers. Now, of course, they're still Cav Archers with Bloodlines and Bodkin and Thumbring. So it's still scary. A good game, yeah. I mean, even the last game wasn't actually that good. It was Hera doing something very strange and then dying. This is actually interesting. Hera going to try and come in with a dock to the south, and Hera, with the Bodkin upgrade, is able to range his opponent's tower. A Hulk here? Yeah, you would think it would be a fire ship. Yeah, I agree with you guys there. Yo is going to come in with an archery range, I guess. Ooh, I like this from Hera, actually. Even keeping a few Cav Archers here. Yo needs to bring in some scout reinforcements, because the villagers are all going to get ejected and then die. Yeah, that's a great move from Hera. Okay, well that bit wasn't. Okay, Yo's going to try and repair, but obviously that's where the Cav Archers come in. Still, you have to be careful, as more Cav Archers are going to fall. Of course, the big issue with any Cav Archer base play is when you keep getting those numbers reset. Like Cav coming in for Yo, obviously. And repairs are being attempted. Yeah, Yo is able to get Husbandry, and Yo is starting his own CA production. He's on 2 ranges. Yo is over. Look at the resources. Yo is not far behind. Hera has not been able to make anything yet in terms of Navy. Okay, now Hera is finally getting Husbandry, but it's at the cost of Vill production. Look at that. He just can't get Vills, but I think it is a correct assessment that he does need to go ahead and pick up the... pick up that upgrade. In Castle Age, yeah, but he was still able to keep up the pressure and not lose too much on the other side. Yeah, I think you just skedaddle out of here, Yo. There's no way you're taking a good fight. But that's where Ballistics is coming in here for Hera. Really, really important that he was able to pick that one up. Bowsaw and Wheelbarrow both coming in for Yo. Gazeko is still going to be leagues better than his opponent. Oh, can he do this to keep Hera at home? Okay, I like the angle Hera's taking. But he still, that is to say, Hera has to be very, very careful, because as soon as he goes out on the map, Yo is just going to attack the back of Hera's base again. So Yo is still getting more and more time bought to get his Cav Archer numbers going. Oh, and Hera gonna surround, or trap Yo. Gonna force an engagement right here. Now Hera's gonna do the very best job he can in killing off all of those light Cav, and he will be successful, so... This is actually just, like, a good, well-fought game? Oh, look at this! Yo swooping in with his own CA. Now, he doesn't have Ballistics in quite yet, and, of course, no thumb ring for the Magyars at this point. But, guys, I don't know what to do with this just, like, actual good game of AoE 2. It just doesn't feel right to me. Not on this day. Hera still needs to be kept at home because Yo still needs time. He needs to get those CA numbers rolling much, much better than he currently is. And Hera isn't going to let that happen. +1 Archer defense is something, but it's still tough. Hera, beautiful micro there. Oh, no. Oh, jeez. Yo might be die. Yo's fleeing with all of his vills as best he can. He's going to try and make a switch into skirms, and I do think that going Cav Archers was really greedy. Hera's only behind by 3 vills. Ballistics is really huge. Like, a lot of those CA are very low HP. Even attacking uphill. Yo's gonna add a TC to the north. And Yo also loses all of his fishing ships. Hera is ahead in villagers killed this game. Oh, geez. Yo just can't take good fights against Hera. Oh, man. That might be it, actually. Yo got all of his CA numbers reset. Yeah, not able to match Hera's micro there. I mean, he couldn't in the last game either, but he did so much to deny Hera's eco efficiency that it didn't matter. This game wasn't quite able to do that. Yeah, I mean, 27 army to 9, and it's 27 good army from Hera. What is that, TC? Oh, yeah, he doesn't even have +2 defense for the skirms. That is huge, huge, huge. And the fishing eco of Hera is going to be great for getting him back into it. Yo is only on 2 ranges, by the way. Hera's on 3, I think. Yeah, 4 even. Wow. But Hera's even ahead by 1 bill. There would be 6k res ahead. Yeah. Siege Workshop coming in. Of course, he sees that Yo is only relying on skirmishers to defend, but Yo's food income is going to be a real problem. Anyway, Hera with the Tatar line of sight on the Cav Archers might have seen that farm. It's a little hard to say, but it's possible. Anyway, Tatar high ground is OP. Not really, but, you know, it's very helpful here. Another huge blob of CA, and Yo just doesn't have the food eco or the ranges to produce enough units here. Still no +2 defense. Hera's going to get a Mangonel here in a moment. He's adding a second TC. Hera very far ahead in resources destroyed. Anyway, the CA, again, if they don't see it right now, they should see... Okay, yeah, I think Hera did see it. Yo obviously needs to garrison. Yo obviously needs to garrison. Loses 2 vills there. Is there a possibility for Yo to switch back into CA? I feel like that's still going to be very difficult to do. Market, he sure does. He also needs to be... Okay, he's on 4 ranges himself now. That is sort of what you need. Yep. Oh, no. Not that, Yo. That is never going to work. Way too far away. Yeah, he really needed to keep the light cav alive. Okay, so that's it. As soon as Hera scooched back with the CA, then that was able to be finished, so that was something of a win for Yo. And as again, he's trying to switch back into cav archers. Rest collected are still very heavily in favor of Yo as well. Hera's also not mining stone. Yo is. Hera's also going to try and mix in some knights. Yeah, Hera's got Totter high ground. This is just, like, super siege engineers already built in. Unless Hera does something extremely silly right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, I guess that could be worse, but that was pretty bad. No, Yo doesn't have a Mangonel and Hera does. Like, it's still probably fine for Hera, but that ain't pretty, that's for sure. I love the ram that's been downloaded here. Monk? I don't see a monk for Hera. Oh, that needs to be repaired. It's not. I mean, Eclipse 1 CA, but that's not the end of the world. There's a light cav coming in. There's CA. The thing is, Hera can't stop attacking, because if Hera stops attacking, Yo is just going to completely strangle him. Now I think is where you dance with Vills punching and dancing and jumping and all that good stuff. Repairs have been very good for Yo, though. And Hera cannot afford many knights whatsoever. This is easily the best game of the day, by far. Because you know why, guys? It was strategic. And is strategic. And both players having some brilliant moments and some bad moments. Big fight underway here. That light cav isn't going to be enough. Of course, Hera has to be very, very careful not to Mangonel his own dudes, but doing a great job of that so far. +2 range defense now in for him. Hera still has the numbers lead. Sorry about that, guys. Castle here for Yo. Now, as we all know, Magyar Hussars are pretty darn good. That is a Mangonel. That's a Mangonel. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti Mr. Yo. Hera with the score lead. Only 2 TCs for him, but he's able to gather from the shorefish there. Or the oysters, rather. Yo doesn't have any siege workshops. Okay, Yo might be die. Yeah, Yo can't even kill the reinforcements. Wait, what did the knights do here? Yeah, you don't have the time or resources for that for Yo. And I think the real issue is that Yo simply can't take good enough fights against Hera. Like, look how bad that is. And look, that's exactly where the attack round needs to be. Okay, Vills need to jump out to the back. Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. Okay, well. That's game. Yo simply could not control that well enough. I mean, obviously not very impressive there for Hera, but he's fine. Castle's just going to be destroyed by the mangoes. Hera going to be going up to 4 TCs here. And Yo was just never able to catch up in army. Yo going to try and go for another castle here on the high ground. I mean, the issue is now he's not even doing okay economically. He only has 9 CA to 24 with worse upgrades. Hera's got full upgrades on his. They're still missing Thumb Ring. That's it. Hera only has 9 bills on food, which is pretty unimpressive. That is the one downside for Hera at the moment. Yeah. Hera's just way too good at picking engagements here. Yo queuing up some Magyar Hussars, but his own food income is also quite bad. Well, I mean, don't do that, Hera. No dash. Chain barding armor coming in. But what are you supposed to be doing here against all that CA blob? Yeah, I mean, the Yo's eco here has absolutely been bailing him out. All right, medium warships coming in. But now Hera's eco is going to be getting a lot better. Can Tango around the mango? You know what? You're totally right. But now look at Hera's eco. He's going to have chain barding armor. Not entirely sure what for, but he's going to have it. Yo, gonna add another TC. It's kind of weird, like, the skirms are in an aggressive position. The Cav Archers are just never able to find enough value here. I just don't think Yo can keep up with Hera in these sorts of fights. Not if it's, like, the exact same unit like this. Or Hera could go light Cav. Oh my goodness, come on! How did none of those hit? Yeah, but Hera would have no reason to ever look there. I mean, that was a good decision from Yo. Yeah, I mean, like, if it's no ballistics, then yeah, that you'd expect all of those to miss, but not with ballistics. Anyway, Hera's gonna just click up to Imp at this point. You can see Hera's already getting ahead in gold, and he's just so far ahead in resources. Actually, no, he's making a ton of light cav, which is a little weird. But Yo isn't making, like, anything, which is also weird. I mean, Hera still got gold on the high ground. That's not an issue whatsoever. But yeah, Tadar is with the high ground stuff right there. I don't see this ever being an issue for Hera. Yeah, Hera is so far ahead in resources destroyed. Like, it just isn't even remotely close. Yeah, Hera clicks up. This is not what Yo needs at the moment. Only 4 Pierce Armor on ships is a big issue as well. Castle to the east will buy Yo time, but not if he's slower to Imperial Age like that. The thing is, Hera can push on the sides very easily. Silk Armor coming in, sure. Like, Hera can now just do Hera things and just rely on his macro and rating. Yo is up, although obviously slower. Even just a couple light cav here getting value. Now, Yo is doing his best to keep the Tadar Cav Archer numbers low. And there's Corvinian army. Still, there is enough gold on the high ground that it feels like Hera can swing the momentum he needs to close this out. I mean, Yo is getting to late game, but he's at a huge resources destroyed deficit, even if he is slightly ahead on resources collected. Somewhere in Capture Age? Nope. Very sad, but nope. I guess destroying that Siege Workshop is fine. Hera in Imp. He's got his army composition. He even gets the free Parthian tech tax. Feels like a mistake. Well, it denies Hera the oysters, which is really important. But this is, I think, not going to be something Yo can ever realistically stop. Capture him that early is kind of odd, to be honest, but whatever. I mean, Yo is still on 131 bills with all the eco upgrades he needs. Second castle coming in here from Hera. Oh my goodness, all these ships are stuck. The land units are going to obliterate the naval units. What the heck? And that castle's going to go up without a hitch. This is so good for Hera, who's max pop. Yeah, they can't sail away. They can't come sail away. All right, Yo is going to be relying right now on Magyar Hussars. Maybe he can snipe the Trebs, but a giant blob of Cav Archers feels like that is just going to kill everything. Hello, Tundra Blitz. And again, Hera's going to have all the gold he needs now. Galleon will be here in a moment. They do at least have 6 Pierce Armor. Not that it's all that much when it comes to Imperial Age. That's a little weird looking, but whatever. Anyway, big raid over here from Hera, and Yo just doesn't have anything close in terms of army value. This is a really strong area for Hera to be in. He's going to have +4 defense, which is gigantic. 3 Genghis Khans? Yeah, 3 Genghis Khans would do the trick, I think. They're able to jump in and out of the castles, and it's just, again, Yo is simply never able to take good fights against Hera. And as soon as the Cav Archers get here to support, I don't see them Trebs getting sniped without Yo losing literally everything. And I don't see where Hera loses his Cav Archers. In Dark Age? You mean in the game mode that doesn't have Dark Age? I don't think these raids are really doing all that much at all. I don't see them there, Trebs. We don't take kindly to Trebs like these around these parts. Alright, Yo's gonna go for it. There is nothing here with which to repair. And castle will be saved for now. Also, Hera was very late with Bosa, so definitely a bit of a bloopsie from him. Anyway, Clinker construction coming in. Honestly, it feels like you need Careening and Dry Dock more, except I think you missed Dry Dock with Magyars now. Yes? No. No, you're not. You missed the movement speed. Yes, Elite Keshik would end the game, Norther, but is Hera gonna make Elite Keshiks? Ring Archer armor coming in. I mean, Yo has 68 vills on food. I mean, Hera isn't going to have gold last that much longer as Yo's getting the rest of these upgrades, but I just... How are you ever destroying this army? Lag? Oh, guys, this watchtower is going to kill everything. Just you watch. That said, Yo has gotten to max pop. Does laying this push with his Magyar Hussars was essential. And he controls the gold. And Hera never scooped up the extra relics like he probably should have. That said, we are getting closer to the score limit. And Yo will not win a score limit game against Hera here. I just don't think that's possible. Galleons need to help in the fighting. Now, their DPS should still be very good. Maybe not good enough, though, relative to the Cav Archers. Now, Yo just loses trash units there, but Hera also just really loses trash units. I'm sorry, it is the time limit, but it's the score is the, you know, the measurement. Yeah, but look at the queue. Hera has 50 units in the queue. He still has 37 bills on gold. Hoardings for Yo. That said, Hera only has one Treb. It's really not the most impressive in the world. It really feels like Yo needs his own CA. I mean, Tadar and Magyar CA trade evenly with each other. Not even humans. Alright, Yo himself is going to try and siege. He's got siege engineers on the way. I honestly think this might be one of those situations where Yo would win the Age of Empires game, but lose the score limit game. Or time limit game. I don't know why I keep saying score limit. But that's only fair considering he won a game he should have lost. Yeah, there's a time limit. It's a minute 15 in-game, and we're rapidly getting to it. Because I feel like it's almost impossible to actually push on this map now. The best invention? Oh, yeah. Another castle. I mean, it seems like there is a lot of stone on this map. To be fair, it is called a quarry. Castle actually going to come in from both players. I think they both got Treadmill Crane, too. Oh, Hera didn't get Treadmill Crane. What a noob. Sapper's coming in for Yo. He's trying to catch up and score, man. All right, there are some CA here. Rather than reduce them, I would agree. Anyway, Hera doesn't have many vills here, but he does have the army. I mean, that should mean he has less army on the other side, though. Oh my god, he's going for a flaming camel. Yeah, so Hera's going to lose the fight on the right and win the fight on the left. That said, this is where the castles are. Yo's population's dropping like a stone. He needs to, like, fling some vills on oysters, man. Okay, that's what he's doing, but there's going to be this awkward moment when he doesn't have enough gold. Yeah, that's really rough, getting that castle to 9. And Hera secures 1,600 more gold, which is huge, huge, huge for him. Yeah, Yo cancels that. Yo gets a little bit more gold over there. CA numbers are 56 for Hera, with 23 more in the queue. I just don't think he can match Yo's, or Yo can match Hera's macro. From Siege Engineers? Yes. Speed is shore fishing? No, it's a dedicated speed that's the same as a miner without any upgrades. Fight the galleons? Yeah. Again, I think Yo wins the AoE game and loses the score game. Just because Hera is going to run out of gold. A miner get M-I-N-E-R, you jerks. Don't want to be doing that. And the galleons are really underwhelming now. If Yo can force a fight here where he actually has the high ground, then maybe... it's a wild idea, but it just might work. Okay, Treb's over here to the north. The score difference isn't anywhere near as crazy as it was in the other game that Yo ended up winning when he shouldn't have. At an hour 15 minutes plus a little bit more. It's like a tiny bit after an hour 15 minutes. Now, Hera's still nicely ahead in score. Yeah, 19k to 17k. 2k score is still a big gap to close. But not an impossible one. Destroying a castle is certainly going to help that. Hera has more vills working right now, though. Yeah, but Yo should lose this army eventually, which is going to be good for Hera's score as well. Unless Yo can come in with, like, some reinforcements or something. I guess he can destroy that, and he's going to come in with another castle on the side. A Wonder Give? I mean... Yeah, Hera's going to take a good fight there, though. I mean, Yo's going to kill some vills over here, but it's way better to kill army than to kill vills. Yeah. Did Hera get the relics ejected? Yes, he did, but he is going to go ahead and reclaim that, so obviously, good move there. A huge push. Yeah, but Hera's has 9k army value with 64 Tadar Cav archers. Hera can just literally sit back and wait for the score win. Which, again, I would feel more sympathetic to Yo if he didn't squeeze a win that he really shouldn't have yesterday. Yeah, but Hera has the better army. Castle does fall. And Yo is getting some decent raids here. Hera's below 100 Vils. But all those Trebs are going to go down. I feel like Hera's doing a much better job of racking up score than Yo is. You know? The KD is still great for Hera. That's it. The reinforcements are coming in here for Yo, so Hera does have to scooch back at least a little bit. Hera only has one more Cav Archer in the queue. Like I said, I am pretty darn sure that Yo wins the game of Age of Empires and wins it actually pretty nicely. Has wood problems? I mean, he has wood he's securing. He's just spending it. Yeah, Hera gonna get up to max army, and I don't think Yo will ever be able to fight this. The game isn't gonna last long enough. Oh, Hera never even got the relics back. That's a big mistake. Yeah, Yo does not have the time, guys. This is not a score-efficient fight. Yo is not going to have the pop space for all this. Yeah, like, if this was an hour-and-a-half time limit, Yo still wins the video game, but it's not. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Hera doesn't have to fight. Hera just sits around until he wins the game, because he's 3,000 score ahead. Yeah, this is where you just mass army and camp. See it played out? Once again, score is dumb. Okay. Yesterday, exactly. Well, again, it's entirely because the venue has, you know, hours. But I do think an hour-and-a-half time limit would be a bit better. Actually, like, maybe even if it's a 10-minute time limit, more longer, Yo might actually still win. Okay, what do you think is more fair? The time limit implementation as done right now? Or would it be more fair to have a panel of judges, probably like all the casters, adjudicate who is in the better position at the time limit? I mean, obviously there are huge, huge issues either way. Nilly is the sole arbiter. Yeah. percentage map control. Endless discussions. I guess it's just one of those... this is one of those cases where it's very clear who wins the game, both this game and the Yo Heart game. Research text. Yeah, I mean, I guess the issue with this is that Hera has no reason to do literally anything right now. But, yeah, there just isn't enough time. Still, again, poetic justice. Yo won a game he shouldn't have yesterday. He's going to lose a game he should have won today. Society score? I don't think so. Relics should. This is close, though. This is actually really close. Okay, Yo really is closing the gap right now, guys. I don't think it's enough, though. There isn't enough stuff over here left to destroy. I don't even know why Hera's moving over here. Like, he literally should just be sitting on his butt right now. Why is he fighting? Wait, why on earth is Hera fighting right now? I guess it's a good enough fight for him. Never mind. Yeah, my bad. I thought the fight would be a bit worse for him. But that's a lot of units stacked on top of each other. Okay. Am I a fan of that? Am I a fan of Hera saying GG first? No. Yeah, Yo had more of every resource, had more map control, had more relics. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Hera gets the win. What happened? Score limit, or time limit game. Why do I keep saying score limit, man? A time limit game where Hera won even though he was in the losing position. Detrimental to the game. Yep. The funny thing is, in both cases so far, and again, you don't know this necessarily beforehand, but the time limits have created a situation where there is actually, it just ends the game like 5 minutes too soon. And considering how many other fast games there are, like, we're talking both of the games literally would have ended within 5 minutes anyway. Was a bit of revenge? No, it's Hera's only way to win the game. It's too hard for him to push otherwise. Rounds? Yeah. Because again, the time limits are implemented because the venues have time limits. Especially Yo yesterday. Yep, exactly. Hera might, that's just Hera. I mean, it's possible. I mean, to be fair, we are still in the early rounds of the tournament. Both Yo and Hera are guaranteed to move on. It's just a matter of who gets the bye and who faces either Viper or Sebastian. Because if Yo wins, or Yo loses 3-2, actually no, Heart's guaranteed second, so it would be Viper versus Yo or Viper versus Hera, depending on who wins this set. Or no, Heart could go third and Hera second because Hera beat Heart. No, there is. All right, guys, they're not in the lobby yet, so they clearly need a moment, and so do I. So, one sec. All right, guys. Could be the last game of the day. Minus 23 streak.
To see that. And then Wu against Vikings. Not sure if Hera actually even wants to show this, right? Because Wu, that's a lot of questions how Hera would approach this. And there might be a good reason for him not playing 100% and having a better strategy prepared for the semifinal and final.
Okay. Well, let's see.
Wait, is Hera guaranteed first place now? Oh, that's right, because game score matters over map score. Or, head-to-head. So, literally nothing else even matters at this point.
was a back and forth. The players went back and forth.
Looks like Stone Drift is next. I would expect a very fast game here. Neither player has any incentive to show their strategy if indeed it's going to be guaranteed Hera, then Hart, then Yo. Alrighty, guys. I'm not sure if this actually matters, but Hera's going to be the blue woo to the west and to the southeast in the red as the Vikings. It is Yo. Hera made up single militia, and there's the other one. I figured it would be more than one. But hold on. So even if Yo wins this set 3-2, he'll be +2, and Hera will be +3. So... Oh, actually, no. Yo still needs to play to get ahead of Hart in theory, but that's like... Do you want to play against Sebastian or play against Viper?
Win.
That's not really the most exciting. Again, in the semis, that's true. Do you want to play versus Hera versus Leary? I mean, I guess you'd rather play against Leary, but I don't know. Doesn't really feel like much of a difference. It feels like you're going to be getting Hera versus Leary finals unless they end up in the same side of the bracket. Wait, what the heck is Yo doing? Is Yo die? A sponsor's dream. Hera's actually still the most popular player right now, and his games get more views than anyone else. So it doesn't really matter. People want to see Hera play, no matter what. Hey guys, remember in like game number 1 when I said that trying to go for a fast castle versus making army and then just clicking up to castle age? The guy going fast castle is never winning. Man, it'd be interesting to see how Hera would react to somebody actively challenging him and beating him. Like, I mean, on one hand, I'm sure he's grown up, but on the other hand, it's way easier to be gracious as a winner than as a loser. Anyway, this game is feeling pretty darn over. Answer 5 minutes ago? That's true. A good match? No, just Hera. It's interesting because it's actually the other way around for the most part. Mixelplick. Casuals want to watch Hera because casuals are fans of Hera. There are more casual Hera fans than there are casual AoE 2 fans. Crisis winner? Yes. Cowboys fans. Yeah, exactly. It's because Hera's a huge content creator, right? Parasociality? Exactly. You 3TC this? I mean, who cares? The strat from Yo just isn't good. Ether? Oh, absolutely. You will always gain interest from people if you're the best at it. More often? Well, he did go to League of Legends for a bit, remember? Anyway, this game has been over basically since the gun. Anyway, we're likely going to get Sebastian Hart and Yo versus Viper tomorrow. Coming in? Well, yeah, and the paychecks are coming in like crazy for him. Galley? Yeah, because Hulks die really hard whenever there's any maneuverability to the long-range warships. Anyway, Yo can go for, or rather, Hera can go for good old John Swordsman. Who doesn't love John Swordsman? Actually, what I don't know is, do you start with 110 extra food? Because I'm pretty sure the way the map works is you just start with your, the TC and the villagers, and then everything else is spawned in immediately. Turtle ships, that's actually very true. Yeah, I actually have no idea. John Lippe. Five leak cannon gallons? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. 15 keeps. Indeed. A better game than Hera in tournaments? What ship was? Yeah. That's true. Wan Lance. Floating keeps on water. That sounds both fun and balanced. Man, it is so deflating for this game to not matter after that crazy game that had a terrible ending. Because whether it's fair or not, it's from a human perspective, it's extremely unsatisfying. Anyway, Hera is patrolling around the back with his warships, so whenever Yo tries to build a dock, Hera will be able to send his warships to try and take it down. That said, there's a nice splat. Well, that was kind of weird with all those units getting stuck. Guys, did you know that Vikings have a unit that's actually really good against Gen Swordsmen and aren't super vulnerable against monks? Were you guys aware that that is, as they say, a thing? They actually have 2 units that are insane versus Jian Swordsman. Convergence. To build enough longships for this journey, we will need gold and lots of it. Reslead? I mean, he does, but he's got, like, nothing going for him otherwise. Oh, that was nice. That was a cute move. Now you can block, I think. Oh! Like, the thing is, it's not like Yo has to win this game only. He has to win this game and the next game. Go Burr. I mean, he only has 12 on food. Hera has 21 on food. Look at his own eco behind this. Go knights instead of longswords? I mean, that's what I was making a pointed reference to just a moment ago. Especially because Viking longswords counter Jian swordsmen super hard. Maybe if you started with the Meta-Arm upgrade free as every civ in Empire Wars. Oh, I'm so sorry. Anyway, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This game literally doesn't matter. Yeah. Ah, the forward TC. What a classic. I will say that Leary's been much more convincing than Hera has this tournament. But I also said that in TTL, and see how much of a difference that made. CC's taken 8,000 damage. Oh my goodness, think of all the wood that's gone into repairing that. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess the idea was to give them all different unique units, right? Uh-huh. This sure is a game. Devotion's in. Anyway, there we go. Well, not the best day of AoE 2 if you like exciting close series and competitive games. and underdogs triumphing. Not the best. Yeah, the very first game of the day was good. And that one Hera game was good. Anyway, tomorrow, guys. Wait a minute. Is it just 2 series tomorrow? Okay, so yeah, it's actually starting much later. Okay, so yeah, it's just 2 best of 7s tomorrow. So we'll have to see how that one goes. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you tomorrow.